Hello and welcome. Before we begin, I just want to take a moment to thank you for being here. What you're about to hear is the full audiobook of my novelized version of Fiddler on the Roof. Writing this book was an adventure in itself. I was trying to reimagine the whole musical on the page, to give Tevye's voice more room, to show the quiet corners of Anatevka, to add scenes and expand the story. Now, settle in, close your eyes if you'd like, and let's return together to Anatevka. Chapter 1. The Architecture of Tradition. The fiddler stood upon our roof in that peculiar hour before dawn, when the world seems to hold its breath, suspended between the certainty of night and the promise of day. His silhouette etched against a sky of such indeterminate color that it might have been the very canvas upon which God was still deciding what manner of day to paint, possessed a quality of otherworldly permanence, as though he had always been there and always would be, playing his melancholy tune to an audience of stars that were, even now, retreating before the advancing light, like memories before the harsh illumination of present circumstance. I, Tevye the milkman, though to reduce oneself to such simple nomenclature seems somehow insufficient when one considers the vast complexity of any human soul, even one as ostensibly humble as my own, stood in the muddy courtyard of our dwelling, my breath forming small, ephemeral clouds in the crystalline air of what promised to be another day in Anatevka, that forgotten corner of the Pale of Settlement where the Russian Empire had seen fit to deposit us Jews like so much inconvenient furniture in a rarely used room. The cold penetrated through my worn boots with the patient persistence of poverty itself, that most faithful of companions, which had attended me since birth, and showed no signs of abandoning its post. The melody the fiddler drew from his instrument, if one could call that collection of wood and string and hope an instrument rather than what it truly was, an extension of his very soul, wound through the morning air with the sinuous complexity of smoke from the chimneys that were only now beginning their daily exhalations. It was a tune both ancient and immediate, carrying within its notes the accumulated weight of centuries of joy and sorrow, celebration and lamentation, the entire emotional archaeology of a people who had learned to pack their history into melodies that could be carried more easily than possessions when the next expulsion came, as it invariably would. I have sometimes thought his bow was not drawing across string at all, but across a single, invisible thread stretched taut over our village, a thread connecting the first memory of our people to the last of our hopes. It was the sound of that tension he played, a note so fine and fragile that a man might live his entire life and never hear it. Yet if it were to snap, the silence that followed would be the end of everything. His task, then, was not merely to make music, but to test the integrity of our existence with every note. How he maintained his balance upon that steep and treacherous roof, I could not say with any certainty, though I had developed my theories over the years of watching him. Perhaps it was the same mysterious force that kept us all from tumbling into the abyss of despair or apostasy or simple extinction, that combination of faith, stubbornness, and the invisible architecture of tradition that provided scaffolding for lives that might otherwise collapse under the weight of their own uncertainty. We were, all of us in Anatevka, fiddlers on the roof in our own fashion, performing our precarious dance between earth and heaven, between the demands of the body and the aspirations of the soul, between the world as it was and the world as we wished it to be. "You're up early, even for you," came the voice of my wife Golda as she emerged from the doorway of our house, her figure wrapped in the thick shawl that had been her mother's and her mother's mother's before that, each generation of wear adding to its character rather than diminishing it, much as our years together had worn grooves into our conversation that we traveled now with the unconscious ease of long familiarity. 25 years of marriage had taught us to communicate in a shorthand of glances and sighs, of meaningful silences, and carefully calibrated irritations that conveyed more than any flowery declaration ever could. "The cows don't milk themselves," I replied, though we both knew, she with the knowing that comes from decades of observation, I with the self-awareness that arrives, if at all, only in middle age, that I'd been standing there for a considerable time, lost in the labyrinth of my own thoughts. This was my luxury, these stolen moments before the day's labor began in earnest, when I could engage in my ongoing dialogue with the Almighty, a conversation that had been running, with various interruptions for sleep and necessity, for as long as I could remember. "Lord," I said quietly, directing my words upward while keeping my voice low enough that Golda wouldn't hear and add this to her already substantial catalogue of my foolishnesses. "I know we are your chosen people, but once in a while, can't you choose someone else? Not permanently, you understand. I wouldn't want to shirk our responsibilities entirely, but perhaps a brief sabbatical, a moment's respite from the honor of your constant attention." The fiddler continued his performance, oblivious to, or perhaps simply uninterested in, my theological negotiations. His melody had shifted now to something that seemed to contain within it the very essence of our village. The cramped houses leaning against each other, like drunken friends, providing mutual support. The rutted streets that became rivers of mud in spring and autumn, channels of dust in summer, and treacherous passages of ice in winter. The small shops with their hand-written signs in Yiddish and Russian, the synagogue with its proud poverty, maintaining its dignity despite the patches on its roof and the cracks in its walls. Anatevka was no Jerusalem, that golden city of our prayers and dreams. It was not even Warsaw or Odessa, those great centers of Jewish life where learned men debated the finest points of Talmudic law and merchants built fortunes that rivaled those of their Gentile neighbors. It was merely a small shtetl, one of hundreds scattered across the Pale like seeds thrown by a careless hand, some falling on fertile ground, others on stone, all struggling to take root and flourish despite the uncertain soil and hostile climate. Yet it was ours, this humble collection of buildings and souls, and in that possession lay a form of wealth that no amount of rubles could purchase. "The morning prayers won't say themselves either," Golda observed, her tone carrying that particular mixture of gentle reminder and implicit criticism that wives perfect over years of practice. "And you know how Mendel gets when you're late. Last week he started without you and got the entire congregation out of rhythm. We sounded like a collection of sick goats." I smiled at the memory, though I was careful to hide it from Golda, who disapproved of finding humor in sacred matters, or rather, who disapproved of admitting to finding humor in them, which was not quite the same thing. Mendel, our cantor, was a man of great piety and even greater anxiety, convinced that any deviation from established routine would bring catastrophe upon us all, that the catastrophes came regardless of our adherence to routine, seemed not to shake his faith in the prophylactic power of punctuality. I'm going, I said, though I made no immediate move to leave. The morning was too perfect in its imperfection, too precisely itself to abandon just yet. The sky had finally decided on a color, a pale, uncertain blue, like the eyes of a child who has just stopped crying but isn't quite ready to smile. The air carried the complex perfume of our village awakening, bread baking, fires being stoked, the earthy smell of animals stirring in their stalls, the sharp scent of leather from the cobbler's shop, already open despite the early hour because, as he liked to say, feet don't wait for convenient times to need shoes. From the inn, I could hear Mordecai already preparing for the day's travelers, though few enough stopped in Anatevka unless they had specific business here. As I stood there, postponing the inevitable commencement of another day's round of labor and prayer, I found myself thinking about the nature of tradition itself, that invisible web that held our community together more firmly than any walls or laws ever could. Tradition was the fiddler on the roof, maintaining his balance through sheer force of habit. It was Golda, knowing exactly how much salt to add to the challah dough, without measuring, because her hands remembered what her mother's hands had taught them. It was the way we all knew our places in the synagogue, the precise social choreography of our interactions, who could speak to whom and when and how, all of it encoded in rules that no one had written down because they were written in our very souls. Papa. The voice belonged to Tzeitl, my eldest daughter, who had appeared in the doorway behind her mother with that silent grace that always surprised me in a child I had once known as a creature of scraped knees and loud laughter. At 19, she had acquired a quality of containment, as though she were preserving herself for some future use that had not yet been revealed. Motel is here. He says you asked him to fix the tear in your Shabbos coat. I had made no such request, but I understood the fiction immediately. Mottel Camzoil, the tailor, had been finding excuses to visit our house with increasing frequency, his pretexts growing ever more transparent. Last week, it had been to return a thimble that no one remembered lending him. The week before, to ask my opinion on a theological question that a man who had studied Talmud as he had would never need a milkman to answer. Ah, yes, the coat, I said, playing along with the charade while watching my daughter's face, which maintained its composure even as a faint color rose to her cheeks, like dawn touching the hills. Tell him I'll speak with him when I return from prayers. Tzeitl nodded and disappeared back into the house, but not before I caught the brief look that passed between her and her mother, a look that contained entire conversations, negotiations, pleas, and permissions. Women, I had learned, possessed their own tradition, parallel to but separate from ours, transmitted in glances and touches, in the way they prepared food and mended clothes, in secrets shared over washing and whispered over sleeping children. The sun had finally committed itself to the day, painting the eastern sky with strokes of gold and pink that would have been garish in any human creation, but seemed perfectly appropriate when executed by the divine hand. The fiddler on the roof had ceased his playing and was making his careful way down, his movements deliberate and carefully placed, each foot finding its memorized hold. I wondered, not for the first time, what drove him to his elevated perch each morning. Was it merely eccentricity, or was there something about that height, that proximity to heaven, that allowed him to hear melodies that escaped those of us bound to the earth? Tevye. The voice that broke through my reverie belonged to Lazer Wolf, the butcher, a man whose prosperity sat upon him as conspicuously as his fine coat, which he wore even on weekdays, as if to ensure that no one forgot his status as one of Anatevka's more successful citizens. He was standing by his shop, already aproned despite the early hour, his thick arms crossed over his substantial chest. "A word with you when you have a moment?" "After prayers, Laser," I called back, though something in his manner, a certain purposefulness that went beyond his usual bluff confidence, made me uneasy. Laser Wolf was not a man given to subtle communication. When he wanted something, he generally came at it as directly as he approached a carcass with his cleaver. This unusual delicacy suggested something of significance. As I finally began my walk toward the synagogue, I found myself accompanied by Nachum the beggar, who fell into step beside me with ease. Nachum had been a fixture in Anatevka for so long that no one could remember him arriving. He seemed to have always been there, like the well in the market square or the ancient oak that marked the boundary between the Jewish and Christian sections of the village. "A fine morning, Reb Tevye," he said, his voice carrying the peculiar cheerfulness that only those who have nothing left to lose can truly achieve. "God has given us another day." "He has," I agreed, reaching into my pocket for the few kopecks I always carried for this purpose. It was part of our tradition, too, this daily transaction that was both charity and something more, an acknowledgement of our mutual humanity, perhaps, or a recognition that circumstances could change, that today's giver could be tomorrow's receiver. "May your prayers be heard," Nachum said, pocketing the coins with dignity intact. "And may your daughters find good husbands." The blessing, standard though it was, carried a weight that made me pause. 5 daughters were both my treasure and my terror, the gold that enriched my life, and the responsibility that sometimes threatened to crush me beneath its weight. Tzeitl at 19, Hodel at 17, Chava at 15, Sprinzu at 12, and little Bielku at 7, each one a universe unto herself, each one a mystery I would spend my lifetime trying to understand and would likely fail. The synagogue stood before me, its worn walls and patched roof, showing both our poverty and our persistence. Inside, I could already hear the murmur of morning prayers beginning, that ancient rhythm that had sustained our people through exile and persecution, through times when the very act of gathering to pray could mean death. I paused at the threshold, as I always did, to touch the mezuzah and bring my fingers to my lips, tasting the metallic coolness that always reminded me of the water from Yankel's well, which had its own distinctive flavor that spoke of deep earth and ancient stone. Inside, the familiar faces were already assembled in their customary places. Mendel stood at his lectern, his prayer shawl arranged with deliberate care. Avram, the bookseller, his eyes already closed in concentration. Yenta, the matchmaker, in the women's section above, her sharp eyes surveying the congregation like a general reviewing troops, calculating potential matches with the speed and accuracy of an abacus. As I took my place and began to wrap myself in my own prayer shawl, feeling the weight of its fringes and the history woven into its fabric, I thought about the conversation I would need to have with Laser Wolf, about the decision that would need to be made regarding Tzeitl, about the delicate balance between tradition and desire, between what was expected and what was hoped for. The prayers began to flow from my lips with the automaticity of long practice, but my mind was elsewhere, engaged in that parallel conversation with the Almighty that ran beneath the formal liturgy like a hidden river. "Lord," I said silently, even as my voice joined the communal chanting, "You have given me 5 daughters. No sons, which you know I have accepted without complaint. Well, without much complaint. But these daughters, Lord, each one is a riddle wrapped in an enigma, dressed in a mystery, and garnished with confusion. How am I to know what is best for them? How am I to choose between security and happiness, between tradition and love? You who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, surely you could provide a little guidance to a simple milkman trying to navigate the treacherous waters of matchmaking." The morning light streamed through the synagogue's windows, casting patterns on the floor that shifted and changed with the movement of clouds across the sun. It was like watching time itself made visible, the constant flux that we tried so hard to deny with our traditions and routines, but which continued regardless, carrying us all forward toward destinations we could neither predict nor prevent. As the prayers continued, I found myself thinking about the fiddler on the roof, about his precarious perch and his mysterious balance. We were all of us trying to maintain our equilibrium in a world that seemed increasingly tilted, where the old certainties were beginning to crack like ice in spring. The news that filtered into our village spoke of changes in the great world beyond, new ideas, new technologies, new ways of thinking that threatened to sweep away everything we had known. And yet, here we stood, reciting the same prayers our fathers and their fathers had recited, clinging to our traditions like shipwrecked sailors to floating debris. The service was reaching its climax now, the congregation swaying in unison, our voices rising and falling in waves of supplication and praise. This too was tradition, this communal movement, this shared breath, this momentary dissolution of individual consciousness into something larger and older than any of us alone. In these moments, I could almost understand the fiddler's compulsion to climb to the roof, to get closer to heaven, to find that place where earth and sky met, and where perhaps the divine presence could be felt more keenly. When the prayers concluded and we began the ritual unwrapping of prayer shawls and phylacteries, the careful folding and storing that was itself a form of prayer, I noticed Perchik standing at the back of the synagogue. He was new to our village, a student from Kiev, who had arrived a few weeks ago with nothing but a satchel of books and a head full of revolutionary ideas that he dispensed with the enthusiasm of youth and the certainty of one who has read much but lived little. He caught my eye and nodded, a gesture that somehow conveyed both respect and a subtle challenge, as though he were acknowledging our traditions while simultaneously questioning their relevance. "Reb Tevye," Mendel approached me as I prepared to leave, his face bearing its perpetual expression of worry, as though he were personally responsible for preventing the sky from falling, and was not entirely confident in his ability to do so. "About the collection for the new roof." I know, I said, reaching for my purse, though I knew it contained little more than the promises of payment I would receive for this week's milk deliveries. "How much do we need?" "More than we have," Mendel replied, which was always the answer to such questions in Anatevka. "But every kopeck helps. The rabbi says that God will provide, but I notice God expects us to do most of the providing ourselves." I gave what I could, which was less than I wanted, but more than I should, and made my way out of the synagogue into the full brightness of the morning. The village was fully awake now, the streets beginning to fill with the commerce and conversation that constituted our daily life. Children ran between the adults' legs, playing games whose rules seemed to change with each generation, but whose essence remained constant, the eternal game of chase and capture, hide and reveal, the rehearsal for life's larger dramas. Laser Wolf was waiting for me outside his shop, his impatience evident in the way he shifted his weight from foot to foot, making the wooden platform beneath him creak in protest. His shop window displayed the fruits of his trade, cuts of meat arranged with an artistry that seemed at odds with the brutal nature of their production, each piece precisely trimmed and presented like jewels in a merchant's display. Tevye, he began without preamble, I need to speak with you about a matter of some delicacy. Delicacy from a butcher? I couldn't resist the jest, though I immediately regretted it when I saw his face darken. Forgive me, Laser. What is it you wish to discuss? He glanced around, ensuring we were not overheard, then leaned closer, his breath carrying the metallic scent of blood that no amount of washing could entirely remove. It's about your daughter, Tzeitl. My heart performed a curious maneuver in my chest, something between a leap and a plummet. So it had come to this already, the first of my daughters to be sought, the beginning of the end of our family as it currently existed. I had known this day would come, had in fact worried about its delay, but now that it was here, I found myself unprepared for the complexity of emotions it engendered. What about Tzeitl? I asked, though I knew perfectly well what about Tzeitl. I wish to marry her, Laser said, the words emerging in a rush, as though he had been holding them back by main force and could no longer contain them. I know there is a difference in our ages, but I can provide for her better than any young man in the village. She would want for nothing, a fine house, servants, the best of everything. I looked at him, this successful butcher with his thick hands and prosperous belly, and tried to imagine my Tzeitl in his house, at his table, in his bed. The images that came were not impossible, but neither were they inevitable. They had the quality of a story someone else might tell, not one that would write itself. This is unexpected, I said, though it wasn't, not really. Laser had been a widower for 2 years now, and a man of his age and position would naturally seek a new wife. That he would look to the daughters of the village rather than seeking a widow his own age was perhaps vanity, but it was a common enough vanity. Think about it, Laser said, sensing my hesitation. Discuss it with your wife. But don't take too long, Tevye. I'm not the only one who has noticed that your daughters are becoming women. He left me standing there in the street, my mind churning like butter in a churn, unable to settle into any solid form. The sun had climbed higher now, and the day's heat was beginning to build, promising one of those oppressive afternoons when even the air seemed too thick to breathe properly. I needed to return home, to begin my rounds with the milk cart, but I found myself walking instead toward the edge of the village, toward the grove of birch trees where I sometimes went when I needed to think without the constant interruption of human need and observation. The trees stood in their delicate beauty, their white bark marked with black scars like an alphabet no one could read. I sat on a fallen log, its surface worn smooth by other villagers who had come here for their own moments of solitude, and tried to organize my thoughts into something resembling coherence. Lord, I said aloud, there being no one to hear me but the birds and perhaps the Almighty himself, you have set before me a problem worthy of Solomon himself. On one hand, Laser Wolf, a good man, a prosperous man, a man who could give my Tzeitl everything material she could desire. On the other hand, she looks at him the way one looks at a plate of cold soup, with resignation rather than appetite. And then there's Model, the tailor, who looks at her the way Adam must have looked at Eve when he first woke to find her there, with wonder and recognition and a kind of holy terror. A breeze moved through the birches, setting their leaves to whispering secrets I couldn't quite catch. It occurred to me that this was perhaps the essential condition of fatherhood, to be always on the periphery of mysteries, understanding just enough to know how much you didn't understand. The walk back to the village seemed longer than the walk out, as though the weight of decision had added physical mass to my body. As I approached our house, I could hear the sounds of daily life within. Golda commanding, the younger girls laughing, the rhythmic thump of Tzeittl's loom. It was the music of our existence, as familiar and essential as my own heartbeat. But there was another sound too. Model's voice raised an animated discussion about something, and Tzeittl's laughter in response, a sound I realized I hadn't heard in some time. Not the polite laughter she offered to customers, or the gentle amusement she showed her sisters, but real laughter, spontaneous and unguarded, the kind that came from genuine delight. I stood outside my own door for a moment, caught between entering and remaining, between the future and the past, between what was expected and what was desired. The fiddler had returned to the roof, I noticed, his silhouette once again etched against the sky, his melody resuming as though it had never ceased. Perhaps that was the secret of his balance, not that he never stopped playing, but that he always began again, each note an act of faith that there would be another to follow it. With a deep breath that was part sigh and part prayer, I opened the door and stepped into my home, into the warm chaos of family life, into the beginning of changes I could sense, but not yet see, like thunder that rumbles beyond the horizon, announcing storms that will arrive in their own time, regardless of our preparations or protests. "You're late," Golda announced, without looking up from the pot she was stirring. "The milk will sour if you don't deliver it soon." "The milk is fine," I said, though in truth I hadn't checked. "Golda, we need to talk." She looked up then, her expression shifting through several variations of concern, before settling on wary attention. After 25 years, she could read the weather of my moods as accurately as any farmer could read the sky. "Girls, outside," she commanded, and our daughters filed out with only minimal protest, though I caught Tzeitl casting a worried glance in my direction. Only when we were alone did Golda speak again. "What is it? Has someone died? Are we being evicted? Have the cows gone dry?" No, nothing like that," I assured her, though I wondered if what I had to tell her might not be more momentous than any of those possibilities. "Laser Wolf wants to marry Tzeitl." The spoon in her hand stopped moving, suspended in the pot like a question mark. "Laser Wolf the butcher?" "The same." She resumed stirring, but slowly, thoughtfully, as though the circular motion might divine the future like tea leaves in a cup. "He's old enough to be her father." "He's rich enough to be her husband," I countered, playing devil's advocate to my own doubts. "Since when do you care about riches?" Golda asked, but there was no accusation in it, only curiosity. "Since I have 5 daughters to marry off and no dowries to speak of," I replied, since the world is changing, and who knows what tomorrow will bring. Maybe security is more important than other things. Other things, Golda repeated, and in those two words I heard volumes of unspoken understanding. She knew about Model, of course. Wives always knew these things, absorbed them through some mysterious feminine osmosis that bypassed mere observation and went straight to certainty. What should we do? I asked, and realized with some surprise that I genuinely wanted her opinion, not just her agreement with whatever I had already decided. Golda was quiet for a long moment, her stirring taking on a meditative quality. When she spoke, it was with unusual care. Tradition says we should accept a good match, a prosperous man, security for our daughter, but tradition also says that a house built without love is just a shelter from the rain. And Tevye, our Tzeitl, she's not the kind to be satisfied with just shelter. I stared at my wife, this woman I had lived with for a quarter of a century, and felt as though I were seeing her for the first time. When had she become so wise? Or had she always been, and I simply hadn't noticed, too busy with my own conversations with God to hear the wisdom that was right beside me? So, what do we do? I asked again. We do what parents have always done, she said, returning to her vigorous stirring as though the matter were settled. We worry, we pray, and we hope that our children are wiser than we were at their age. Though God knows that's not setting the bar very high. I laughed, surprising us both, and for a moment, the weight of decision lifted. But only for a moment. Outside, I could hear our daughters returning, their voices carrying the carefree music of youth, unaware that the melody was about to change, that the fiddler on the roof was preparing to play a different tune altogether. Chapter 2. The Weight of Providence. The weeks that followed, Laser Wolf's proposal hung over our household, like the clouds that gathered each afternoon over Anatevka, heavy with rain that might or might not fall, keeping everyone in a state of suspended anticipation. I had asked the butcher for time to consider, a request he had granted with the grudging patience of a man accustomed to getting what he wanted, but understanding that in matters of marriage, even his substantial influence had its limits. During those weeks, I observed my eldest daughter with the intensity of a scholar, studying a difficult text, looking for signs, portents, some indication of what dwelt in her heart. Tzeitl went about her daily routines with her customary grace, helping her mother with the household duties, teaching her younger sisters their letters, working at her loom with fingers that never seemed to tire. But there was something else there too, a quality of waiting that matched my own. Model's visits had become even more frequent, though his pretexts had paradoxically become more elaborate, as though the transparency of his simple excuses had finally become apparent even to him. One day, it was a theological question about whether a torn prayer shawl could be mended on the Shabbos, if it was the only one available, a question to which we both knew the answer. Another day, he brought a book he thought I might find interesting, though the book was in Hebrew so archaic that neither of us could make much sense of it, leading to an afternoon of pleasant puzzlement that served no purpose except to keep him in our house and in Tzeitl's presence. That boy spends more time here than at his own shop, Golda observed one evening as we prepared for bed, her tone carefully neutral in that way that meant she was anything but neutral. His customers must wonder if he's abandoned the tailoring trade altogether. He's dedicated to his craft, I replied, though we we both knew his dedication had little to do with needle and thread. Speaking of which, this shirt seems to have developed another hole. Perhaps I should ask him to. "Don't you dare," Golda interrupted, but there was amusement in her voice. "That shirt has more patches than original cloth as it is. Any more of Motel's attention, and it will be entirely his creation." We lay in the darkness, the familiar sounds of our sleeping household around us. Sprintzu's gentle snoring, Bielku's occasional mumbling, the settling of the house itself as it adjusted to the cool of night. These were the sounds that had accompanied our nights for years, the rhythm of family life that was as essential to our existence as breath itself. "Tevye," Golda said into the darkness, "what will you tell Laser?" "I don't know," I admitted, though I had been thinking of little else. Every time I decide one way, my mind immediately presents me with arguments for the other. It's like being my own opposing counsel in a trial where I'm also the judge and the accused. "And Tzeitl? Have you spoken to her?" "How can I? If I ask her directly, I put her in an impossible position. To refuse a match her father has arranged would be to go against tradition, against me, against everything she's been taught. But to accept would be to condemn herself to a life without love," Golda finished. "You speak as though love were bread, essential for life," I said, though without conviction. "Isn't it?" she asked, and in the darkness I could feel her turn toward me. "Tevye, do you remember when we were first married? How strange it was, two strangers trying to make a life together. But we were fortunate. We found comfort in each other. Perhaps even more than comfort. Not everyone is so lucky. It was the closest she had ever come to a declaration of love, and it moved me more than poetry might have. We had been matched by our parents, had met only 3 times before our wedding, had entered marriage as strangers, bound by tradition and hope. That we had found affection, partnership, even passion, though we would never speak of such things in daylight, was indeed providence. But could one count on providence repeating itself? The next morning brought an unexpected visitor. Perchik, the student from Kiev, appeared at our door just as I was preparing to leave for my milk rounds. He stood there in his threadbare coat that had clearly seen better days, possibly better decades, his face bearing that mixture of confidence and hunger that marked young men who lived on ideas rather than food. "Reb Tevye," he said, "I wonder if I might speak with you about a proposition. If you're selling something, I should warn you that we have nothing to buy it with," I said, though not unkindly. There was something about the young man that appealed to me, perhaps his obvious intelligence, or perhaps simply the fact that he reminded me of myself at that age, full of questions and short on answers. "On the contrary, I'm offering something for sale, in a manner of speaking," he replied. "I teach, Reb Tevye, mathematics, Russian, history, geography, subjects that could open new worlds for young minds. I thought perhaps your daughters—" "My daughters know how to read Hebrew and keep accounts," I interrupted. "What more does a woman need?" "With respect," Perchik said, and I could see him choosing his words carefully. "The world is changing. The old barriers are breaking down. In Kiev, in Petersburg, there are women attending universities, women becoming doctors, teachers, even lawyers. Knowledge is no longer the exclusive province of men." "And you think my daughters should become lawyers?" I asked, amused despite myself at the image of Hodel arguing cases before a judge. "I think your daughters should have choices," he replied simply. The word hung between us, like a challenge. Choices. It was what I was struggling with regarding Tzeitl, the burden and the gift of choice. For generations, our choices had been made for us, by tradition, by our parents, by the circumstances of our birth. Now this young revolutionary was suggesting that we might choose for ourselves, that my daughters might choose for themselves. "I have no money for such lessons," I said, which was true, but also an evasion. "I would teach in exchange for board," Perchik offered quickly, as though he had anticipated this objection. "Just meals, not lodging. I have a room at Reb Mordecai's." I studied him more carefully. His hunger was evident, not just in his thin frame, but in his eyes, which held the kind of appetite that food alone could never satisfy. He was hungry for purpose, for connection, for the chance to matter in a world that seemed increasingly indifferent to young men with more intelligence than resources. "I'll discuss it with my wife," I said finally, which was my standard response to any proposition that required actual decision. "Come back tomorrow." As he walked away, I found myself thinking about choices and changes, about the world beyond Anatevka that was apparently offering opportunities we had never imagined. But with opportunity came danger, the danger of losing oneself in the vastness of possibility, of abandoning the solid ground of tradition for the uncertain flights of progress. Soon enough, we would learn just how dangerous change could be, though on this peaceful morning, we had no inkling of the storms that would come with the refugees from Zhytomyr. My milk rounds that day took me to the Russian section of the village, where the houses were marginally larger and the streets marginally cleaner, as though prosperity itself provided a shield against mud and decay. My customers there always paid promptly, but rarely spoke beyond the necessary exchanges, maintaining a distance that was both physical and metaphysical, as though too much contact with a Jew might be contaminating. It was there, at the home of Fyodor Petrovitch, the constable, that I encountered an unexpected scene. A small crowd had gathered in his courtyard, and at its center stood Perchik, engaged in animated discussion with several young Russians, including, to my considerable surprise, Fyodor's own son, Sasha. "The writings of Gorky are not just literature," Perchik was saying, his voice carrying the passion of true belief. "They are a mirror held up to society, showing us not just what we are, but what we might become." "Dangerous talk," one of the older Russians muttered, but Sasha leaned forward with obvious interest. "Dangerous to whom?" Perchik challenged. "To those who benefit from the current order, perhaps. But what about those who suffer under it? What about the workers who labor 14 hours a day for kopecks? What about—" He caught sight of me and paused. "What about honest milkmen who can barely feed their families despite working from dawn to dusk?" Several heads turned in my direction, and I felt the uncomfortable sensation of being transformed from person to symbol, from Tevye the milkman to the Jewish question personified. I quickly completed my delivery and departed, but not before catching a glimpse of something in young Sasha's face that troubled me. Not the usual contempt or indifference I was accustomed to, but something more complex, as though he were seeing me for the first time as something other than a feature of the landscape. That evening, as our family gathered for dinner, I recounted Perchik's proposition to Golda, though I left out the scene at the constable's house. The reaction from our daughters was immediate and varied. "Russian? Hodel's eyes lit up with an enthusiasm that immediately made me suspicious. To read Russian books in the original? Mathematics, Chava added with quiet interest. Real mathematics, not just household accounts. Why would we need such things? Tzeitl asked, ever practical, though I noticed she was looking at her younger sisters with something like envy. Because, Hodel said with the certainty of 17 years, the world is larger than Anatevka, and we should know something about it. The world may be larger, Golda interjected, but we live in Anatevka. Will knowing Russian help you make better, Chala? Will mathematics make you a better wife? Perhaps, Shprinsu suggested thoughtfully. It will make us better people. We all turned to look at her, surprised by this philosophical contribution from a 12-year-old who usually concerned herself primarily with ribbons and gossip. Out of the mouths of babes, I muttered, then louder, we'll try it. For a month, if Perchik proves satisfactory, and if, I looked meaningfully at each of my daughters, if it doesn't interfere with your regular duties, we'll continue. The decision was met with enthusiasm from the younger girls and acceptance from Tzeitl, who seemed to have other matters on her mind. As the meal concluded and the evening prayers were said, I found myself alone with my eldest daughter as she cleared the table. Papa, she said quietly, not meeting my eyes, has Laser Wolf spoken to you? My heart performed that peculiar acrobatic maneuver again. What makes you ask? Yenta was here today, she replied, which explained everything. Yenta, the matchmaker, had sources of information that would make the Tsar's secret police envious. She suggested that I should prepare myself for good news. And what would you consider good news? I asked carefully. Tzeitl was quiet for a long moment, her hands busy with the dishes, but her mind clearly elsewhere. When she spoke, it was with a maturity that caught me off guard. I would consider it good news if my father remembered that his daughter is not just a daughter, but a person, with her own heart and her own hopes. And what does your heart hope for? She looked at me then, really looked at me, and in her eyes I saw my mother's strength and my wife's wisdom and something entirely her own, a quiet determination that would not be moved by tradition or convenience or even paternal authority. My heart hopes for a husband who sees me not as a possession to be acquired or a burden to be assumed, but as a partner to walk beside through whatever life may bring. Someone who would choose poverty with me over prosperity without me. Someone who... She stopped herself, color rising to her cheeks. Someone like Model, I suggested gently. The dish in her hands clattered to the table, and for a moment she looked genuinely frightened. Then, gathering her courage like a shawl around her shoulders, she nodded. Someone exactly like Model. I sat down heavily, feeling the weight of tradition pressing down upon me like the world on Atlas's shoulders. Tzeitl, Model is a good boy, man, but he has nothing, less than nothing. He has debts from buying his sewing machine. You would live on air and love alone. Is that so different from how we live now? She asked, and there was no bitterness in it, just honest assessment. Papa, we have never been rich. We have always made do with little, but we have been happy, haven't we? Because we have had each other, because we have had love. Why should I expect more? Why should I settle for less? Her logic was flawless, which made it all the more troubling. How could I argue against my own life as example? How could I say that the contentment Golda and I had found was not worth seeking, that security was more important than affection, that tradition should override emotion? Laser Wolf could give you a good life, I said, but even to my own ears it sounded weak. He could give me his life, Tzeitl corrected, already half-lived, with its patterns set and its habits formed. With Model, we would create our own life, our own patterns, our own traditions even. Our own traditions, I repeated, and the phrase seemed to contain within it both promise and threat, both evolution and revolution. Tzeitl, give me time to think. She kissed my forehead, a gesture of such unexpected tenderness that it nearly undid my composure entirely. Of course, Papa. But remember, time is one thing neither Model nor I have in abundance. We are not getting younger, and the world is not standing still. After she left, I sat alone in the gathering darkness, the house settling into its nighttime quietness around me. Through the window, I could see stars beginning to appear, those distant lights that had witnessed every human drama since the beginning of time, and would continue watching long after we were all dust in memory. Lord, I said quietly, I asked you for wisdom, and you send me a daughter who argues like a rabbi. I asked you for clarity, and you send me choices that would confound Solomon himself. Is this your idea of help or your idea of humor? The stars predictably offered no answer, but somewhere in the distance, I could hear the faint sound of a fiddle playing, that eternal melody that accompanied our days and nights, our joys and sorrows, our traditions and our changes. The fiddler on the roof, maintaining his impossible balance, playing his impossible tune, reminding us all that life itself was an act of faith, a dance on the edge of the abyss, beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. Tomorrow, I would have to give Laser Wolf an answer. Tomorrow, I would have to choose between tradition and love, between security and happiness, between the world as it had always been and the world as it might become. But tonight, I could sit in the darkness and postpone the inevitable, like a man standing at a crossroads who chooses to rest before taking the path that will determine all his future journeys. The night deepened, and still I sat, wrestling with angels I couldn't see and demons I couldn't name, while above me, on the roof, the fiddler played on, his melody now sad, now joyful, now something beyond either, the music of life itself, complex and contradictory, and absolutely, ineffably beautiful. Chapter 3. The Architecture of Dreams and Declarations. The night following my conversation with Tzeitl was one of those peculiar passages of darkness wherein time seems to lose its customary progression, expanding and contracting like the breathing of some vast, invisible creature upon whose back we all unknowingly rest. I lay beside Golda, listening to the familiar symphony of her sleeping breath, that gentle susurration which had accompanied my nights for a quarter-century, while my mind churned with the relentlessness of the butter churn in which we transformed milk into something richer, though whether my mental agitations would produce anything so useful remained decidedly uncertain. It was then, in that liminal space between wakefulness and sleep, between consciousness and its absence, that the visitation occurred, though to call it a visitation perhaps grants it more corporeal reality than it possessed, being rather a manifestation of that strange theater of the mind, wherein we are simultaneously playwright, actor, and audience to dramas of our own unconscious creation. The figure of my grandmother Sarah appeared before me, or rather, materialized in that peculiar manner, dreams have of presenting the impossible as mundane, the deceased as living, the past as present. She stood at the foot of our bed in the burial shroud I had last seen her wearing some 20 years hence, though it appeared considerably fresher than one might expect from 2 decades of interment. A detail which seemed, in the logic of dreams, entirely unremarkable. "Tevye," she intoned, her voice carrying that particular mixture of affection and reproach that grandmothers perfect over lifetimes of practice and apparently maintain even in the afterlife. "I have come from the other world to tell you something of grave importance." "Grandmother," I replied, sitting up in bed while somehow simultaneously remaining prone, another of those dream impossibilities that seems perfectly reasonable while occurring. "You're looking well for someone who has been dead these 20 years. "Death agrees with me," she replied, with that dry humor I remembered from childhood, when she would tell stories that began with laughter and ended with tears, or perhaps the reverse. It was often difficult to tell where one ended and the other began. "But I haven't come to discuss my appearance. I've come about your Tzeitl." "Tzeitl?" I felt my dream heart perform that familiar acrobatic maneuver. "What about Tzeitl?" "She was named for my grandmother, Tzeitl, who was named for her grandmother, Tzeitl, who was named for the first Tzeitl, who came to this land with nothing but a prayer shawl and a bread recipe that has been lost to time. More's the pity." The genealogical recitation had the quality of liturgy, each name a bead on the rosary of our history. "And I have come to tell you that she is promised." "Promised? To whom?" Here my grandmother's expression took on a quality of portentous significance, the kind that in waking life would have seemed melodramatic, but in dreams carries the weight of prophecy. "To Model Camzoil, the tailor. It was decreed before she was born, written in the great book that records all such promises, sealed with the tears of angels who weep for young love denied." "But Laser Wulf," I began. "Laser Wulf." My grandmother's exclamation contained such vehemence that the very air seemed to shudder. "If Tzeitl marries Laser Wulf, I will rise from my grave and dance at the wedding." At this pronouncement, the shroud fell away from her form, revealing not the body of an elderly woman, but a skeleton, its bones clicking and clacking in a macabre dance that would have been terrifying had it not been, in the peculiar logic of dreams, also somewhat comic. Other figures began to materialize around her, ancestors I recognized from family stories, others who were strangers, but who bore the unmistakable mark of kinship in the set of their ethereal jaws, the angle of their ghostly noses. "She must marry Motel," they chanted in unison, their voices creating a harmony that was both beautiful and terrible, like the sound of wind through a cemetery at midnight. "It is written, it is decreed, it is essential to the cosmic order that occasionally, just occasionally, love should triumph over economics." I woke with a start that nearly sent me tumbling from the bed, my nightshirt soaked with the perspiration of psychic effort, my heart performing a rhythm that would have challenged even our most innovative klezmer musicians. Beside me, Golda stirred but did not wake, her face in the dim light bearing an expression of such peaceful unconsciousness that I envied her the simplicity of dreamless sleep. But I had no time for envy. I had been granted, or had granted myself, depending on one's theological position regarding the origin of dreams, a solution to my dilemma. Not a perfect solution, perhaps not even an honest solution, but a solution nonetheless. And when one is drowning in indecision, one does not examine too closely the providence of the rope that appears. "Golda," I said, shaking her shoulder with what I hoped was the appropriate mixture of urgency and distress. "Golda, wake up. I've had a dream." She emerged from sleep with the reluctance of a badger from its burrow, blinking at me with an expression that suggested she was calculating whether whatever I had to say was worth the interruption of her rest. "The house better be on fire," she muttered. "Worse," I said, allowing a tremor to enter my voice that was not entirely theatrical. "I've had a visitation from the other world." This got her attention. Golda, for all her practical nature, maintained a healthy respect for the supernatural, particularly when it involved deceased relatives who might have opinions about the living's conduct. She sat up, pulling her shawl around her shoulders, her face now fully alert. "A visitation? From whom?" "My grandmother Sarah," I said, warming to my theme. "She came to me, Golda, as clear as I'm seeing you now. Clearer, even, because she was glowing with an otherworldly light that made our poor candles seem like darkness itself." "What did she want?" Golda's voice had taken on that particular tone of worried reverence reserved for discussions of the deceased. "She came about Tzeitl," she said. "Golda, you must prepare yourself for this. She said that Tzeitl is promised to model Kamzoil." "Model? Our model? The Taylor model?" Golda's progression through these identifications had the quality of someone trying to convince themselves of an impossibility. "The same. Apparently, it was decreed before she was born, written in the heavenly books, sealed with—" I paused, trying to remember my own invention. "With tears of angels." "Angels' tears," Golda repeated, and I could see her processing this information through the complex machinery of her belief system, weighing superstition against skepticism, tradition against practicality. "And there's more," I continued, sensing that I had her attention, but not yet her conviction. "When I mentioned Laser Wolf, you discussed Laser Wolf with your dead grandmother?" "She brought him up, actually. She said, Golda, she said that if Tzeitl marries Laser Wolf, she will rise from her grave." The intake of breath from my wife was gratifying in its intensity. To rise from one's grave was no small threat in our cosmology, suggesting a disruption of the natural order so severe that it required direct intervention from the afterlife. "But surely," Golda said after a moment's reflection, "Laser Wolf is a good man, a prosperous man. Would your grandmother really object so strenuously?" "She began to dance," I said, allowing my voice to drop to a horrified whisper. "Her shroud fell away, and she danced, Golda. A skeleton, dancing in our bedroom, and behind her, other spirits, all crying out that Tzeitl must marry Motel." Golda clutched her shawl tighter, her eyes darting around the room as though expecting to see spectral figures lurking in the corners. "A skeleton? Dancing? Click-clack, click-clack." I provided sound effects that, in retrospect, may have been unnecessarily theatrical, like bones on a xylophone. We sat in silence for a moment, both contemplating the cosmic implications of my fiction, though for Golda, of course, it was cosmic fact. I felt a twinge of guilt at the deception, but consoled myself with the thought that I was merely providing a supernatural justification for what was, at heart, a natural decision. If the heavens had not actually decreed that Tzeitl should marry for love, rather than security, perhaps they should have. We must tell Laser Wolf immediately, Golda said finally. We cannot go against such a clear sign. At first light, I agreed. It would be improper to wake him now with such news. And Motel? Should we tell Motel? Let me speak with him first, I said, already formulating my approach. After all, he may not even be aware of this heavenly decree. It would be unfair to burden him with such knowledge without preparation. Golda nodded, then looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Tevye, this dream, you're certain it was real? Not just wishful thinking? For a moment, I considered confessing, telling her the truth of my fabrication. But looking at her face, seeing the mixture of concern and relief there, relief that the decision had been taken from our hands, placed in the realm of the divine, where it was beyond question or reproach, I held my tongue. As real as anything in this world can be, I said, which was, from a certain philosophical perspective, entirely true. We did not return to sleep that night, both of us lying in the darkness, contemplating the strangeness of existence, the thin veil between the living and the dead, the mysterious ways in which the universe makes its will known, or the mysterious ways in which we convince ourselves we know the universe's will, which amounts to much the same thing in practice. When the first light of dawn began to seep through our window, like water through cheesecloth, I rose and performed my morning ablutions with particular care. If I was to disappoint Laser Wolf, the least I could do was be presentable while doing so. I dressed in my second best shirt, my best being reserved for the Shabbos and emergencies, and this falling somewhere between the two, and made my way to the butcher's shop. Laser was already at work, his thick arms wielding the cleaver like a conductor with his baton, each strike creating its own peculiar music against the chopping block. He looked up as I entered, his face brightening with anticipation that made my heart sink. Tevye, you have an answer for me? I have an answer, I said carefully, though perhaps not the one you were hoping for. His face underwent a transformation that was fascinating to observe, moving through confusion to understanding to anger with the speed of a summer storm crossing the steppes. She refuses me. Not she, I said quickly. The refusal comes from a higher authority. Higher than her father? His tone carried a dangerous edge. Higher than any earthly father, I replied, and proceeded to relate my dream, though in somewhat less elaborate detail than I had provided to Golda. Even so, the tale of my grandmother's visitation seemed to have its effect. Laser's face grew pale, then red, then pale again, as though his blood couldn't decide whether to flee or fight. A dream, he said finally. You're refusing me because of a dream. Not just a dream, I insisted. A visitation, a message from the other world. Surely you wouldn't want me to ignore such a clear sign. Signs, Laser spat the word like gristle. Convenient, isn't it, how the signs always seem to point in the direction we want to go? The accusation was uncomfortably accurate, but I maintained my composure. I wanted Tzeitl to have security, prosperity, a good life. You could have given her all of that. Do you think I would choose otherwise if I had a choice? He studied me for a long moment, his butcher's eyes seeming to dissect my words, looking for the truth beneath the skin of my story. Finally, he turned back to his work, bringing the cleaver down with such force that the entire block shuddered. Go, he said, without looking at me. Take your dreams and your signs and go. But know this, Tevye, when your daughter is struggling to feed her children on a tailor's wages, when she's mending clothes by candlelight because they can't afford oil for the lamps, remember that you chose dreams over reality. I left his shop feeling simultaneously relieved and burdened, as though I had escaped one trap only to step immediately into another. The morning was already warming, promising another of those late summer days when the very air seemed to press down upon the village like a heavy blanket. I needed to find Hodel, to inform him of his cosmic good fortune, though I suspected that managing the living might prove more complicated than manipulating the dead. I found him in his shop, bent over a coat that belonged to the rabbi, his needle moving with the quick movements of a hummingbird's wings. He looked up as I entered, and something in my expression must have alarmed him, for he immediately stood, nearly knocking over his chair in the process. Reb Tevye, is everything all right? Is Tzeitl? Tzeitl is fine, I assured him. Hodel, sit down. We need to talk. He sat, but on the very edge of his chair, as though prepared to flee at the first sign of danger. His thin face, always angular, seemed to have acquired new edges, carved by worry and want, into something that was almost ascetic in its severity. Hodel, I began, then stopped, unsure how to proceed. How does one inform a man that heaven has decreed he should marry above his station? How long have you been coming to our house? To your house? He blinked at the unexpected question. 5 years, perhaps 6, since I took over my uncle's shop. And in all that time, have you ever considered, that is, have you thought about, what I mean to say is, I found myself uncharacteristically tongue-tied, my usual facility with words deserting me at the crucial moment. I love her, Hodel said suddenly, the words erupting from him like water from a broken dam. I love Tzeitl, Reb Tevye. I have loved her since the first moment I saw her, though I knew I had no right, no prospects, no hope. But I love her with every thread in my shop, every needle in my cushion, every breath in my body. The passion in his declaration was so unexpected, so at odds with his usual nervous demeanor, that for a moment I could only stare. Here was the same young man who couldn't order a meal without apologizing 3 times, declaring his love with the fervor of King David composing psalms. And what makes you think, I said slowly, that Tzeitl returns this feeling? She told me, he said simply. Last week, when I was mending your coat, the one that doesn't actually need mending but which you keep bringing to give me an excuse to visit. She told me that she would wait for me, even if it took forever, even if her hair turned gray and her teeth fell out, though I assured her that would never happen, because I would find a way, somehow, to deserve her. And have you found this way? His shoulders sagged slightly. I've saved every kopeck I could. I've worked 18 hours a day. I've prayed, Reb Tevye, with such intensity that I'm surprised the heavens haven't cracked open from the force of it. But still, I have so little to offer. You have yourself to offer, I said, surprising us both with the gentleness in my voice. And apparently that's enough. His head snapped up, hope dawning in his eyes like sunrise over the steppes. Enough? My grandmother came to me in a dream, I said, and related the essential points of my nocturnal fiction. As I spoke, I watched his face undergo a transformation opposite to Laser's, from despair to confusion to a joy so pure it was almost painful to witness. Your grandmother, from the other world? And she said, She really said that you and Tzeitl are intended for each other, written in the books of heaven, decreed by whatever mysterious forces govern such matters. He stood abruptly, sat down, stood again, as though his body couldn't decide what posture was appropriate for receiving cosmic approval. I must go to her. I must tell her. You must do nothing of the sort, I interrupted. First, we must observe the proprieties. You must make a formal proposal. We must arrange the terms such as they are. We must announce it properly to the community. Just because heaven has decreed something doesn't mean we can abandon all earthly protocols. Yes, of course, he agreed, though I could see it was taking all his self-control not to run immediately to our house. When? How? What should I? Come to dinner tonight, I said. We'll announce it then. And, model, I fixed him with what I hoped was a stern paternal gaze. You understand what you're taking on? Not just a wife, but a responsibility. Tzeitl is used to little, but she deserves much. Can you give her what she deserves? He met my gaze steadily, and in that moment I saw not the nervous boy who had been haunting our threshold, but the man he was becoming, would become, for her sake if not his own. I can give her my whole heart, my complete devotion, my every effort to make her happy. If that's not enough, then I'll work until it is. I'll sew clothes for the Tsar himself if necessary. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, I said dryly. The Tsar's taste in fashion is questionable at best. Tonight, then, and Motel, try not to look so happy. It's unseemly for a man who's about to take on the burden of marriage. But as I left his shop, I could hear him singing, actually singing, some wordless melody that seemed to capture joy itself and transform it into sound. It was, I realized, the first time I had ever heard him sing, and his voice was surprisingly beautiful, as though happiness had unlocked something in him that poverty and uncertainty had kept imprisoned. The walk home took me through the market square, where the usual collection of vendors had set up their stalls, each calling out their wares in a cacophony of commerce that was as familiar as prayer. I nodded to those I knew, which was everyone, but didn't stop to chat, my mind too full of the morning's events to engage in the usual pleasantries. It was there, near the well where the women gathered to draw water and exchange gossip with equal enthusiasm, that I encountered Perchik. He was engaged in what appeared to be an impromptu lecture, surrounded by a small group of younger villagers, including, I noticed with some alarm, my Hodel. The concept of arranged marriage, he was saying, his voice carrying that particular intensity of the young intellectual who has discovered a truth and cannot rest until everyone else has discovered it too, is fundamentally antithetical to human dignity. How can we speak of love, of partnership, of mutual respect, when the most important decision of one's life is made by others, for reasons that have nothing to do with compatibility or affection? But tradition, one of the young men began. Tradition, Perchik interrupted, is simply the democracy of the dead, imposing their will upon the living. Why should we be bound by the decisions of those who knew nothing of our world, our challenges, our possibilities? Because, I found myself saying, and the group turned to look at me, without tradition, we are leaves in the wind, blown this way and that by every passing breeze. Tradition is our root, our anchor, our identity. Perchik's eyes lit up with the pleasure of intellectual combat. But Reb Tevye, surely even you must admit that some traditions outlive their usefulness. that what served our ancestors in their time may not serve us in ours? And surely you must admit, I countered, that not everything new is necessarily better, that progress can lead us toward the cliff as easily as toward the promised land. Papa, Hodel interjected, and I could hear in her voice a mixture of embarrassment and pride. Perchik is only saying that people should have choices. Choices, I repeated, thinking of the choice I had just made, or unmade, or allowed to be made by fictional ghosts. Yes, choices are important, but choices without wisdom are just chaos with good intentions. And wisdom without choice is just tyranny with a long beard, Perchik shot back, then immediately looked abashed. I apologize, Reb Tevye. That was disrespectful. It was clever, I admitted. Clever is not the same as wise, but it's not nothing either. Continue your discussion. But Hodel, home. Your mother needs you. She looked as though she might protest, but something in my expression must have conveyed that this was not a moment for rebellion. She bid farewell to the group, and I noticed the look that passed between her and Perchik, brief, but charged with something that made my paternal instincts sound alarm bells. As we walked home together, Hodel was uncharacteristically quiet. Finally, she spoke. Papa, do you really believe that tradition is always right? I believe, I said carefully, that tradition is like a house. You can renovate, you can add rooms, you can even change the furniture, but if you tear down all the walls at once, you're left standing in the ruins, exposed to every storm. But what if the house is already falling down? What if the foundations are cracked? I looked at my daughter, 17 years old and already questioning everything I had tried to teach her, and felt a mixture of pride and terror. Then you shore up what you can, replace what you must, and pray the whole structure doesn't collapse while you're working on it. We had reached our house, where the sounds of domestic activity carried through the open windows, Golda commanding, the younger girls chattering, the comfortable chaos of family life. But there was something else too, a quality of anticipation in the air, as though the house itself knew that changes were coming. Papa, Hodel said as we reached the door, I heard about Tzeitl and Motel. Yenta was spreading the news at the well. Yenta knows, I groaned. How could Yenta possibly know? I only just... Yenta knows everything, Hodel said with a small smile. Usually before it happens. She says it's a gift. Others say it's a network of informants that would make the secret police jealous. And what do you say? I say, Hodel paused, choosing her words carefully, that I'm happy for Tzeitl. To marry for love, even into poverty, is better than to marry for security into emptiness. You sound like Perchik, I observed. Or perhaps Perchik sounds like me, she replied, and there was something in her tone that suggested this was not entirely jest. Inside the house, I found a scene of controlled chaos. Golda was supervising the preparation of what appeared to be a feast, or at least as close to a feast as our resources allowed. Tzeitl was at her loom, but her hands were still, her face bearing an expression of such complex emotion that I had to look away. The younger girls were bustling about, clearly aware that something momentous was occurring but not quite sure what. So, Golda asked without preamble, is it done? Laser has been informed. Motel has been prepared. Tonight, we make it official. Tzeitl stood so abruptly that her loom rocked dangerously. Papa. Not now, I said, but gently. Tonight, we do this properly, with witnesses, with blessings, with all the tradition that binds such promises. Even if heaven has decreed it, earth must still ratify the decision. She nodded, her eyes bright with unshed tears, and returned to her loom, though I noticed her hands trembled as she worked. The afternoon passed in a blur of preparation, each of us moving through our assigned tasks. Like of actors in a play, we had rehearsed all our lives, even if this particular scene was being performed for the first time. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose that would have been cliché in art but were perfect in nature, Model arrived. He had clearly made an effort with his appearance. His coat brushed, his beard trimmed, his entire being radiating a mixture of joy and terror that was almost comical in its intensity. Reb Tevye, he began formally, then stopped, swallowed, began again. I have come to, that is, I would like to. Breathe, Model, I advised. Oxygen is essential to speech. He took a deep breath, then another, then spoke in a rush. I would like to ask for your daughter Tzeittl's hand in marriage, though I know I have little to offer except my love and my promise to work every day of my life to make her happy. And what makes you think my daughter would accept such a meager offering? I asked, though I couldn't quite keep the warmth from my voice. Because, Tzeitl said, entering the room with a timing that suggested she had been listening at the door, your daughter is not so foolish as to value gold over goodness or security over sincerity. She crossed to stand beside Model, not quite touching him, but close enough that the space between them seemed charged with electricity. They looked at each other with such naked adoration that I felt like an intruder in my own home. Then I suppose, I said with theatrical resignation, we have no choice but to accept heaven's will. Model Camzoil, you may marry my daughter Tzeitl, and may God have mercy on your soul. The celebration that followed was modest by any objective standard. We had no musicians except for Sprintsu's uncertain fiddle, no feast except for Golda's careful stretching of our resources, no wine except for the bottle I had been saving for just such an occasion. But there was joy, genuine and abundant, the kind that cannot be purchased or arranged or decreed, but only discovered in those rare moments when love triumphs over logic. As the evening wore on and the younger girls were sent to bed, protesting but obedient, I found myself standing outside, looking up at the stars that had witnessed so many such celebrations, so many promises made in hope and faith and desperate optimism. The fiddler was on the roof again, or perhaps had never left, his melody now incorporating themes of the wedding march, though transformed through his mysterious alchemy into something both celebratory and melancholic. Lord, I said quietly, I have done something today that was either very right or very wrong, and possibly both simultaneously. I have chosen love over logic, hope over certainty, the future over the past. If this was a mistake, I trust you'll find a way to let me know, preferably without too much suffering involved. A hand touched my shoulder, and I turned to find Golda beside me, her shawl wrapped around her shoulders against the evening chill. They look happy, she observed, glancing through the window where Model and Tzeitl sat together, not speaking, just existing in each other's presence, with the complete contentment of those who have found their home in another person. They do, I agreed, but happiness is just the beginning. Then comes life, with all its disappointments and difficulties. Yes, Golda said, and slipped her hand into mine, a gesture so unexpected that I nearly pulled away in surprise. But they'll face them together. That's not nothing. No, I agreed, squeezing her hand gently. That's not nothing at all. We stood there for a long moment, two people who had been strangers once, brought together by other people's decisions, and had somehow, through luck or providence or sheer stubborn persistence, built something that, if not perfect, was at least real, at least worthy, at least ours. Inside, I could hear Perchik's voice, explaining something to Hodel with that passionate intensity that characterized all his discourse. Through another window, I could see Chava reading by candlelight, lost in some world far removed from our humble village. Sprintzu and Bielku were supposedly asleep, but were probably whispering in their bed, making up stories about weddings and futures and lives they could barely imagine. This was my family, my responsibility, my blessing, my burden. Each of them a separate story that I was somehow supposed to guide toward a happy ending, though I increasingly suspected that the best I could do was to avoid catastrophe and hope for providence. Golda, I said suddenly, do you think we've done the right thing? She was quiet for a long moment, considering. I think, she said finally, that right and wrong are luxuries for people with simpler lives than ours. We do what we can with what we have, and trust that God knows we're trying our best. And if our best isn't good enough, then we try harder tomorrow, she said simply, and went back inside, leaving me alone with the stars and the fiddler and the endless questions that comprised my existence. The night deepened around me, and still I stood there, watching the cosmic dance of celestial bodies that knew nothing of our small concerns, our traditions and revolutions, our loves and fears. Somewhere in Kiev, in Petersburg, in places I could barely imagine, the world was changing, transforming itself with the violent energy of birth or death, or both simultaneously. But here in Anatevka, we continued our ancient dance, the fiddler on the roof playing his eternal melody, each of us maintaining our precarious balance through faith, through tradition, through love, through whatever mysterious forces keep us from falling into the abyss that yawns beneath all human endeavor. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new decisions, new tests of our ability to adapt without losing ourselves entirely. But tonight, my eldest daughter was engaged to a man she loved. My family was safe beneath my roof, and the fiddler played on, his music a thread connecting us to all who had come before and all who would come after. A reminder that life itself was the most precarious and beautiful of all balances, and that we were all, in our own ways, fiddlers on the roof of existence, playing our hearts out against the darkness, creating meaning from melody, finding harmony in the midst of discord. I went inside at last, closing the door gently behind me, sealing us in with our joy and our uncertainty, our tradition and our changes, our past and our future, all of it contained within these humble walls that somehow managed to hold the entire universe of our lives, fragile and eternal, bounded and infinite, ending and beginning with each breath, each heartbeat, each note of the fiddler's endless, impossible, absolutely necessary song. Chapter 4. The Cartography of Change. The weeks following Tzeittl's engagement passed with the peculiar temporal elasticity that characterizes periods of anticipation, each day simultaneously racing toward and crawling away from the approaching wedding, as though time itself were uncertain whether to embrace or flee from the changes that such ceremonies invariably herald. The house had taken on an atmosphere of controlled delirium, with Golda orchestrating preparations with the intensity of a general planning a campaign, though in this case the enemy was not foreign invaders, but the twin demons of poverty and social expectation, both equally capable of transforming celebration into catastrophe. It was during this period of matrimonial preparation, we were now a month away from the wedding date we had chosen, that I first began to notice the subtle shifts occurring within my household, changes as imperceptible yet irreversible as the erosion that transforms mountains into valleys, given sufficient time and pressure. Hodel, my second daughter, had begun attending Perchik's lessons with an enthusiasm that transcended mere intellectual curiosity, her eyes acquiring a particular luminosity when discussing concepts that would have been as foreign to her grandmother as the geography of the moon: equality, revolution, the rights of workers, the obligations of the state to its citizens rather than the reverse. "Papa," she said to me one evening, as I sat attempting to calculate how many chickens would need to sacrifice themselves for the wedding feast, a mathematical problem complicated by the fact that we possessed neither sufficient chickens nor sufficient funds to acquire them. "Perchik says that, in the future, women will vote alongside men, will work in the same professions, will be considered equals in all things." "Does he now?" I replied, my attention still primarily focused on the impossible algebra of wedding economics. "And what does Perchik say about who will cook the meals and raise the children while these equal women are out being equal?" "He says," and here her voice took on that particular tone of reverent repetition that suggested she was quoting scripture, or at least what passed for scripture in the revolutionary theology Perchik preached, that such tasks should be shared, that there is no inherent reason why a woman should be more suited to domestic labor than a man. I looked up from my calculations to study my daughter, this creature I had helped bring into the world 17 years ago, who now stood before me advocating for a future I could barely imagine. She had inherited her mother's strong features, but wore them with a confidence that was entirely her own, as though she had taken the raw materials of heredity and fashioned from them something unprecedented. "And what do you think?" I asked, genuinely curious. She paused, considering, and in that pause I saw the struggle between the daughter she had been and the woman she was becoming, between the traditions that had shaped her and the ideas that were reshaping her. "I think," she said slowly, "that the world is larger than Anatevka, and that perhaps we should prepare ourselves for that larger world rather than pretending it doesn't exist." And as Hodel spoke of a larger world, my eyes went to Chava, who had said nothing at all. She was already living in other worlds, of course, the ones bound in paper and ink that she carried with her like a prayer shawl. I saw the revolutionary fire in Hodel's eyes and understood its danger, for fire can warm a house or burn it to the ground. But in Chava's quiet, I sensed a different element, like water, which does not argue or burn, but simply, patiently, wears away the stone of ages until the hardest certainties are turned to sand. I did not know then which I feared more. Before I could formulate a response to this philosophical challenge, Chava entered the room carrying a book, as she so often did these days, moving through our house like a visitor from another realm who happened to be temporarily residing in ours. At 15, she had developed a quality of apartness, as though she were observing our family life from a great distance, even while participating in it. "What are you reading now?" I asked, partly to deflect from Hodel's revolutionary pronouncements, and partly from genuine interest in what could so thoroughly capture my middle daughter's attention. Turgenev, she replied, not looking up from the page. Fathers and sons. Russians, I muttered, always so cheerful. Why not read something uplifting? The Psalms, for instance. King David knew how to balance lamentation with celebration. The Psalms don't help me understand the world we live in, Chava said quietly, finally raising her eyes to meet mine. Only the world we pray for. It was such a simple statement, yet it contained within it such profound implications that I found myself momentarily speechless. When had my children become philosophers? When had the simple verities I had tried to instill in them become insufficient to contain their expanding consciousness? The world we live in, I said finally, is the only world we have. And understanding it, well, understanding and accepting are two different things. Are they? Chava asked, and there was something in her tone that suggested this was not merely an academic question. Can we truly understand something without accepting its reality? And if we accept its reality, don't we have an obligation to engage with it? I was saved from having to answer this uncomfortable question by the arrival of Motel, who entered our house with the newfound confidence of a man whose position in the family had been cosmically ratified. The change in him since the engagement had been remarkable. His shoulders had straightened. His voice had found a register below nervous squeaking, and he moved through space as though he had finally been granted permission to occupy it. Reb Tevye, he said, though the formal address was now tinged with familial warmth. I've brought the fabric samples for Tzeitel's wedding dress. The mention of the wedding dress sent the household into its familiar spiral of activity. Golda emerged from the kitchen, flour still dusting her hands, to examine the samples with the critical eye of a woman who understood that a wedding dress was not merely clothing, but a statement of position, aspiration, and dreams made tangible in thread and cloth. Tzeitl appeared as though summoned by the mere mention of her name, her face glowing with that particular radiance that brides-to-be seem to generate from some internal source of illumination. This one, Golda declared, holding up a piece of fabric that, to my untrained eye, appeared identical to all the others. This has the right weight, the right drape. It will move properly during the ceremony. But can we afford? I began. We'll afford it, Golda interrupted with that tone that suggested the discussion was concluded before it had begun. A bride needs a proper dress. We're not so poor that we can't give our daughter that much. We were, in fact, precisely that poor, but I understood that this was not about economics, but about dignity, about the stories we tell ourselves to make poverty bearable, about the small victories we claim against the overwhelming forces of privation. As the women gathered around the fabric, discussing mysteries of cut and construction that were as foreign to me as the Talmudic discussions were to them, I noticed Perchik standing in the doorway, having arrived so quietly that none of us had heard him enter. He was watching Hodel with an expression I recognized, but wished I didn't. The look of a man who has discovered something precious and is simultaneously exhilarated by the discovery and terrified of losing what he has found. Perchik, I said, perhaps more sharply than I intended. Don't you have lessons to prepare? The lessons are prepared, he replied, not taking his eyes off Hodel. I came to discuss the curriculum with you. I believe we should expand beyond basic Russian and mathematics. The girls show aptitude for more advanced subjects. More advanced? I asked, though I suspected I knew where this was leading. History, particularly. The history of social movements, of changes in power structures, of the evolution of human consciousness from tribal to universal. Universal consciousness, I repeated. And here I thought we were just trying to teach them to read and write. Literacy without context is merely mechanical skill, Perchik said with the fervor of true belief. To truly educate is to awaken the mind to its own potential, to show it worlds beyond the immediately visible. And is that what you're doing? I asked, looking pointedly at Hodel. Awakening minds? He had the grace to blush, but his conviction remained steady. I'm trying to prepare them for the world that's coming, Reb Tevye. A world where the barriers between classes, between religions, between men and women, will crumble like the walls of Jericho. The walls of Jericho, I observed, crumbled because God commanded it, not because someone decided they were inconvenient to modern traffic patterns. Perhaps, Perchik said, and here he smiled with that combination of respect and challenge that characterized all our interactions. God works through human consciousness. Perhaps revolution is simply another word for divine intervention. Or perhaps, I countered, revolution is what we call it when we grow impatient with God's timing and decide to take matters into our own hands. Our theological, political debate was interrupted by the arrival of Yenta, the matchmaker, who burst through our door with the dramatic flair of someone bearing news of such import that conventional courtesy could be suspended. She was breathing heavily, her usual carefully maintained appearance somewhat disheveled, suggesting she had hurried here with unusual urgency. "Tevye! Golda!" she exclaimed, fanning herself with one hand while clutching her shawl with the other. "Such news! Such terrible, wonderful, confusing news." "Sit," Golda commanded, pushing a chair toward the older woman. "Breathe, then speak." Yenta sat, but her agitation prevented stillness. She shifted in the chair as though it were constructed of nettles rather than wood, her eyes darting around the room, taking inventory of who was present for this revelation. "There has been a pogrom," she said finally, the words falling into our midst like stones into still water, sending ripples of shock through the assembled company. "In Zhytomyr, 3 days ago, the entire Jewish quarter, destroyed. The fabric samples fell from Tzeitl hands, floating to the floor like colorful obituaries. Model's newly acquired confidence seemed to evaporate, leaving him once again the nervous young man who understood his own vulnerability. Even Perchik, with all his revolutionary fervor, seemed momentarily stunned by this intrusion of brutal reality into our theoretical discussions. "How many?" Golda asked quietly, and in those 2 words was contained the entire history of our people, the terrible accounting we had been forced to maintain through centuries of persecution. 17 dead, Yenta replied, dozens injured, hundreds displaced. They say it started over a rumor, a lie about a Christian child, the old blood libel resurrected once again. The authorities did nothing. Some say they encouraged it. "And the wonderful news?" I asked, though I couldn't imagine what could possibly be wonderful in such a context. "Ah," Yenta said, and here her expression underwent a peculiar transformation, as though she were simultaneously embarrassed and excited by what she was about to reveal. "The refugees, some of them are coming here." to Anatevka, including, she paused for dramatic effect, a lifetime of gossip-mongering having taught her the value of timing, including Ephraim the scholar and his family. Ephraim the scholar, Golda repeated. The Ephraim who wrote the commentary on the Mishnah? The very same, Yenta confirmed, and his son, Fiedka. Such a learned young man, they say, speaks 7 languages, including Latin and Greek, can recite the entire Torah from memory, and handsome, like King David himself, they say. I noticed Chava had grown very still, the book in her hands forgotten, her attention entirely focused on Yenta's words. There was something in her expression that sent a warning through my paternal instincts, though I couldn't quite identify its source. When will they arrive? Golda asked. Already I could see, calculating what we could spare for refugees, how we could help despite our own poverty. Tomorrow, perhaps the day after, they're traveling slowly with the injured. Yenta stood, her news delivered, her social purpose fulfilled. I must go. Others need to know. Preparations must be made. After she left, we stood in momentary silence, each processing this information through our individual filters of fear, compassion, and calculation. It was Perchik who spoke first. This is what I've been trying to tell you, he said, his voice tight with suppressed emotion. The old world is dying, violently, chaotically. We must build a new one before we're all consumed by the death throes of the old. Build a new world, I repeated. Young man, we can barely build a chicken coop. How are we supposed to build a world? By changing consciousness, he replied with renewed fervor. By education, by organization, by refusing to accept that this is how things must be. And while we're changing consciousness, I asked, who protects us from those whose consciousness remains unchanged? Who stands between us and the next pogrom? He had no answer for that, and in his silence I heard the eternal problem of idealists confronted with immediacy, the gap between what should be and what is, between the world we can imagine and the world we must inhabit. The rest of that day passed in a strange suspension of normalcy. We went through the motions of our daily routines. I did my milk rounds, Golda cooked and supervised. The girls attended to their tasks, but everything was colored by the knowledge of tragedy just beyond our borders, by the understanding that our small island of relative peace existed at the sufferance of forces we could neither control nor fully comprehend. That night, as I lay in bed, listening to the familiar sounds of my family settling into sleep, I found myself thinking about the fiddler on the roof, about his precarious balance, about the melody he played that somehow encompassed both joy and sorrow, celebration and lamentation. We were all, I realized with a clarity that was almost painful, living in a temporary arrangement with history, our traditions and routines merely a thin screen between us and the chaos that waited, patient and hungry, just outside our door. Lord, I whispered into the darkness, I'm beginning to understand that you have a sense of humor I don't entirely appreciate. Here I am, trying to marry off one daughter in a traditional manner that isn't traditional, teaching my other daughters revolutionary ideas that I don't entirely understand. And now you send us refugees to remind us that even our small securities are illusions. What next? Will you have the Messiah arrive just as we're sitting down to dinner, forcing us to choose between redemption and brisket? The next morning brought with it a peculiar atmosphere of anticipatory tension, as though the entire village were holding its breath, waiting for the arrival of the refugees from Jitomir. The normal business of the day continued, but with a distracted quality, everyone going through their motions while their minds were elsewhere, calculating what they could spare, what they could offer, how they could help, without impoverishing themselves beyond recovery. It was Chava who first spotted them, the sad caravan approaching on the road from the east. She had positioned herself at the window with her book, though I noticed she had read the same page for the past hour, her attention focused entirely on the road rather than on Turgenev's prose. "They're coming," she said quietly, and the simple statement set the household into motion. Golda immediately began preparing what food we could spare, her hands moving with the automatic efficiency of someone who had prepared for emergencies all her life, even if she had hoped never to face them. Tzeitl and Hodel gathered blankets and clothing, while the younger girls were sent to draw fresh water from the well. I went out to meet them, along with several other men from the village, our small delegation of welcome for those who had lost everything to hatred's arbitrary violence. As they drew closer, I could see the exhaustion written in their postures, the way they moved as though each step required a conscious decision to continue, the hollow look in their eyes that spoke of horrors witnessed and barely survived. Ephraim the scholar was immediately recognizable, not because of any particular distinguishing feature, but because he carried himself with that unmistakable bearing of a man who had spent his life in study, whose shoulders were curved from years of bending over texts, whose eyes held that peculiar combination of wisdom and bewilderment that characterizes those who understand the theory of existence but are perpetually surprised by its practice. His son, Fiedka, was another matter entirely. Yenta had not exaggerated. He was indeed handsome, with the kind of classical features that suggested nobility of both breeding and character. But what struck me most was his eyes, which held an intelligence that seemed almost fever-bright, as though ideas burned within him with an actual thermal presence. He was supporting an elderly woman, his grandmother perhaps, with a gentleness that spoke well of his character. "Welcome to Anatevka," I said, stepping forward. "I am Tevye. We have prepared what we can." Ephraim looked at me with eyes that seemed to see through to my soul and find it, if not wanting, at least familiar. "Thank you," he said simply, but in those two words was contained such a weight of gratitude and grief that I had to look away. We escorted them into the village, where the women had prepared a reception of sorts. Nothing elaborate, for elaboration was beyond our means, but sufficient to convey that they were among friends, or at least among those who understood that today's refugee could be tomorrow's host, that suffering was the universal currency in which we all traded. It was as we were settling them into their temporary accommodations, a barn that had been hastily converted into living quarters, that I noticed the interaction between Fiedka and Chava. She had brought water, and as she handed him the cup, their fingers briefly touched. It was nothing, less than nothing, a moment so fleeting that I might have imagined it. But the look that passed between them was like lightning illuminating a darkened landscape, revealing topographies of possibility that I had not known existed and wished I could unsee. "Thank you," Fiedka said to her, and his voice carried an accent I couldn't quite place, as though his 7 languages had created a unique dialect that belonged to no single place but to the universal country of learning. "You're welcome," Chava replied, and for the first time in memory, I heard uncertainty in her voice, as though she had suddenly discovered that the words she had used all her life might have meanings she had never suspected. I intervened quickly, perhaps too quickly, positioning myself between them with the subtlety of a bull in a china shop. "Come, Chava, your mother needs you." She obeyed, but not before casting one more glance at Fyetka, a look that contained questions I didn't want asked and certainly didn't want answered. As we walked back to our house, I found myself thinking about the walls Perchik had mentioned, the ones that were supposedly crumbling. Some walls, I thought grimly, existed for good reasons: to protect, to preserve, to prevent the kind of mixing that led to nothing but heartache and confusion. That evening, we hosted Ephraim and his family for dinner, an arrangement that stretched our resources but fulfilled our obligations. The conversation was careful, formal, everyone aware that we were navigating around the fresh wound of their displacement, trying to maintain normalcy in circumstances that were anything but normal. It was Perchik who eventually broached the subject we were all avoiding. "The pogrom," he said, his voice gentle but insistent. "Was it spontaneous or organized?" Ephraim set down his spoon. He had been eating with the mechanical determination of someone who understood that food was fuel, necessary for survival even when appetite had fled. "Does it matter?" he asked. "Whether the hatred is spontaneous or organized, the result is the same. We lose our homes, our possessions, sometimes our lives. The only difference is whether the murderers feel guilty afterward." "It matters," Perchik insisted, "because organized violence can be countered with organized resistance. Spontaneous hatred is like weather, unpredictable and unavoidable. But organized oppression is politics, and politics can be changed." "Changed?" Ephraim repeated, and there was something in his tone that suggested he had heard such arguments before and found them wanting. "Young man, I have studied our history for 40 years. Do you know what I have learned? That change is the only constant, but it's rarely the change we hope for. We adapt, we survive, we endure. But fundamental change, the kind that would make pogroms impossible rather than merely less frequent, that would require changing human nature itself." "Perhaps," Fyetka said suddenly, speaking for the first time since the meal began, "human nature is not as fixed as we believe. Perhaps what we call human nature is simply learned behavior, passed down through generations like a poisonous inheritance." All eyes turned to him, this young man who spoke with the confidence of scholarship but the passion of youth. I noticed Chava was listening with particular intensity, her food forgotten, her entire being focused on his words. "You sound like a revolutionary," I observed, trying to keep my tone light. "I sound like someone who has seen his neighbors, people he had known all his life, turn into monsters because someone gave them permission," Fyetka replied, and the pain in his voice was so raw that we all looked away. "If ordinary people can learn to hate, perhaps they can also learn to stop hating." "A beautiful thought," Golda said, her practical nature asserting itself. "But while we're waiting for people to learn, we still need to survive." The conversation continued, but I found myself only half listening, my attention divided between the theological-political debate and my observation of the subtle dynamics playing out beneath the surface. Hodel and Perchik were engaged in their own subsidiary conversation, their voices low but their engagement intense. Tzeitl and Motel sat close together, not touching but somehow still connected, as though an invisible thread bound them. And Chava. Chava was stealing glances at Fedka when she thought no one was looking, though I suspected he was doing the same when she wasn't watching. My 5 daughters, I thought with a mixture of pride and terror, each one finding her own path through the labyrinth of existence, each one challenging in her own way the traditions I had thought would guide them safely through life. Tzeitl choosing love over security, Hodel embracing ideas that would have been heresy to her grandmothers, Chava drawn to something I didn't even want to name, and the younger 2, Sprintzu and Bielku, watching it all with wide eyes, learning lessons I hadn't intended to teach. After the guests departed and the house settled into its nighttime quiet, I found myself unable to sleep. I stood at the window, looking out at the village bathed in moonlight, transformed by that celestial illumination into something almost beautiful, its poverty and struggle temporarily obscured by the democracy of darkness. The fiddler was on the roof again, his melody tonight particularly melancholic, as though he were playing a lament for all the villages that had been destroyed, all the lives disrupted, all the traditions shattered by the brutal intrusion of history. Yet there was something else in his music too, a thread of stubborn hope, a refusal to stop playing despite the precariousness of his position. "Lord," I said quietly, "I'm beginning to understand that you're not going to make this easy for me." 5 daughters, each one a different challenge to everything I thought I knew, a world changing faster than I can comprehend. Refugees at our door, reminding us that even our small safety is an illusion. And now, unless I'm very much mistaken, my Chava is looking at that young scholar with eyes that see past every barrier we've built. What are you trying to teach me? That tradition is not enough? That love conquers all? That the world is more complex than our simple rules can encompass? The fiddler played on, his melody carrying across the sleeping village like a blessing or a warning, or perhaps both simultaneously. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. The wedding preparations would continue. The refugees would need to be integrated into our community. My daughters would continue their education in subjects both traditional and revolutionary. And I would continue my balancing act, trying to maintain equilibrium in a world that seemed increasingly tilted toward chaos. But tonight, in this moment of suspended time, I could almost understand the fiddler's compulsion to climb to the roof, to position himself between earth and heaven, to play his music despite the danger. We were all, in our various ways, trying to find that perfect position where we could see both where we had come from and where we were going, where tradition and change could coexist, where the melody of the past could harmonize with the symphony of the future. I returned to bed, careful not to wake Golda, and closed my eyes. Tomorrow would bring what tomorrow would bring. Tonight, I would rest, gathering strength for the battles and blessings that awaited, for the changes I couldn't prevent and the traditions I couldn't abandon, for the love that complicated everything and made everything worthwhile. In the distance, growing fainter as sleep finally claimed me, I could still hear the fiddler's song, that eternal melody that accompanied our days and our nights, our joys and our sorrows, our arrivals and our departures, playing on through history and beyond it, a reminder that life itself was music, complex and contradictory, and absolutely, ineffably beautiful, even when, especially when, it threatened to break our hearts with its impossible demands and its unlikely grace. Chapter 5. The Dance of Dissolution and Union. The morning of Tzeitel's wedding dawned with that peculiar quality of light that seems to exist solely for momentous occasions, as though the universe itself had conspired to provide appropriate illumination for the transformation of one state of being into another. The alchemy by which two separate souls would attempt, through ritual and intention, to become something simultaneously more and less than the sum of their individual parts. I stood in our courtyard, having risen even earlier than my usual custom, watching the sky perform its daily metamorphosis, from the deep indigo of night through the various gradations of dawn, pearl, rose, gold, each shade seeming to promise something different about the day that was to come. The house behind me was already astir with that particular energy that precedes celebrations. A vibration in the very air that suggested normal life had been temporarily suspended in favor of something both more elaborate and more essential. I could hear Golda's voice, raised not in anger, but in that tone of controlled urgency that she employed when orchestrating complex domestic campaigns, directing our daughters and the neighbor women who had come to help in the preparations, like a conductor managing a particularly challenging symphony. "The chickens," she was saying. "Who is watching the chickens? They must be slaughtered according to proper ritual. And where is Nahum the butcher? He promised to be here before dawn." The chickens in question, 3 of them, which represented a significant portion of our livestock wealth, were confined in a temporary pen, their agitation suggesting they possessed some avian presentiment of their impending sacrifice. I watched them for a moment, these humble birds who would give their lives so that we might celebrate life's continuance, and found myself thinking about the strange mathematics of joy and sacrifice, how every celebration was built upon a foundation of loss, every union predicated on the dissolution of what had come before. "Papa?" The voice belonged to Tzeitl, my eldest daughter, my first baby, who stood now in the doorway dressed in her wedding garments. Not yet complete, for tradition dictated certain elements could only be added at specific moments in the ceremony, but already transformed from the girl I had known into something else, something liminal, caught between daughter and wife, between past and future, between the family that had made her and the family she would make. "You're beautiful," I said, the words emerging with a simplicity that surprised me, given my usual tendency toward elaborate articulation. But perhaps there were moments when simplicity was the only appropriate response to profundity. She crossed to me, moving carefully in her unaccustomed finery. The dress that Model had sewn with his own hands, working late into the night for weeks, each stitch an act of devotion, each seam a promise of dedication. The morning light caught the fabric in such a way that it seemed to glow with its own internal radiance, or perhaps that was merely the projection of a father's eyes, unable to distinguish between the actual and the ideal when regarding his offspring. "Are you happy, Papa?" she asked, and there was something in her voice that suggested this was not merely a request for reassurance, but a genuine question about the complex emotional territory we were navigating. "Happy?" I considered the word, rolling it around in my mind like a sommelier testing wine. "I'm many things, my daughter. I'm proud of you, of your courage to choose love over comfort. I'm terrified of the life that awaits you, of the struggles you'll face, of my inability to protect you from them. I'm grateful that you found someone who sees you as you are and loves you not despite but because of it. And yes, somewhere in that mixture of pride and terror and gratitude, there is happiness, though it's a more complex happiness than I had anticipated. She took my hand, her fingers still the fingers I remembered from when she was small, when she would reach for me with absolute trust that I would be there, that I could solve any problem, heal any hurt. Model is a good man, she said. He is, I agreed, poor as a synagogue mouse, nervous as a cat in a doghouse, but good, and perhaps goodness is rarer than gold, more valuable than security. Perhaps, she asked, smiling. Definitely, I corrected, though I reserve the right to reconsider when the rent is due and the cupboard is bare. We stood together in companionable silence, watching the village wake around us. Other families were preparing for the celebration, for in our community, a wedding was not merely a private affair, but a communal event, a reaffirmation of our collective existence, our shared traditions, our mutual support in the face of a world that often seemed hostile to our very existence. I could see neighbors emerging from their houses, dressed in their finest clothes, which, for most of us, meant clothes that were merely clean and mended rather than actually fine, carrying dishes to contribute to the feast, their faces bearing that particular expression of determined celebration that characterized our people's approach to joy. We would be happy, by God, despite everything that conspired against our happiness. Papa, Tzeitl said suddenly, there's something I need to tell you. My heart performed its familiar acrobatic maneuver, that leap and plummet that accompanied any unexpected revelation from my daughters. On your wedding day? Can't it wait until after you've safely married and I've had sufficient alcohol to cushion whatever blow you're about to deliver? It's about Chava, she said, and her voice dropped to a whisper. She's been meeting him. The scholar's son, Fyedka. The world seemed to tilt on its axis, though I maintained my physical equilibrium through sheer force of will. Meeting him? What do you mean, meeting him? By the old oak tree, past the cemetery. They read together. Talk. She thinks no one knows, but I followed her yesterday. Zeitl's face bore an expression of conflicted loyalty to her sister, to me, to the traditions that bound us all. Papa, she's falling in love with him. Love, I repeated, the word tasting like ashes in my mouth, with a boy who might be a scholar, might be handsome, might be everything admirable, but who is not, cannot be, will never be, one of us. He's Jewish, Tzeitl pointed out. There are different kinds of Jewish, I said, though even as I spoke I recognized the weakness of my argument. He's modern, secular. He reads Greek and Latin, for heaven's sake. What kind of Jew reads Greek and Latin? An educated one, Tzeitl suggested gently. Before I could respond to this uncomfortable logic, Golda's voice rose above the general din of preparation. Tzeitl, where is the bride? We need to fix her hair. The guests are beginning to arrive. Tzeitl squeezed my hand once more, then hurried inside, leaving me alone with this new knowledge that sat in my stomach like a stone. Chava, my quiet one, my reader, my dreamer, meeting secretly with Fyedka, reading together, and what else? What passages were they sharing? What ideas were they exchanging? What boundaries were they crossing in those stolen moments by the oak tree? I was interrupted in my spiral of parental anxiety by the arrival of Laser Wolf, dressed in his finest clothes, his prosperity evident in every line of his outfit. He approached me with a dignity that I had to admire, given that I had rejected him for my daughter in favor of a penniless tailor based on a fictional dream. Tevye, he said, nodding formally. Laser, I replied, matching his formality. We stood in awkward silence for a moment, two men navigating the complex terrain of disrupted expectations and salvaged pride. Finally, he spoke. I've brought a gift for the couple, he said, producing a wrapped package. The finest cuts, for their first Sabbath as husband and wife. The generosity of the gesture, from a man who had every right to bitterness, moved me more than I could express. That's very kind, Laser. We're a small community, he said simply. We must support each other, even when... He paused, then continued. Even when things don't go as we might have hoped. He walked away before I could respond, his dignity intact. And I found myself thinking about the various forms of nobility, how it could manifest in rejection as much as in acceptance, in grace under disappointment as much as in triumph. The morning progressed with the inexorable momentum of ritual, each moment prescribed by centuries of tradition, each gesture weighted with the accumulated meaning of countless generations who had performed these same acts, spoken these same words, felt perhaps these same complex emotions. The musicians arrived, a ragtag collection of instrumentalists whose combined talents were somewhat greater than the sum of their individual limitations, and began the traditional melodies that would accompany the day's events. In the house, I knew, Tzeitl was being prepared by the women, dressed and adorned according to customs that predated memory, each ornament and arrangement designed to transform her from individual to symbol, from Tzeitl to bride, from the particular to the universal. Meanwhile, somewhere in the village, Motel was undergoing his own transformation, surrounded by the men who would escort him to claim his bride, their voices raised in songs that celebrated and mourned simultaneously the passage from one state to another. I found myself swept into the preparations, my protests that I needed time to prepare myself emotionally dismissed by Golda with the ruthless efficiency of a general who cannot afford to indulge the philosophical hesitations of his troops. There were tables to arrange, guests to greet, 1,000 small details that collectively constituted the difference between a wedding and chaos. It was while carrying chairs from various neighbors' houses, for we had neither sufficient furniture nor space to accommodate all our guests, that I encountered Perchik and Hodel in what they clearly believed was a private moment. They stood behind the synagogue, their hands not quite touching but the space between them charged with such electricity that I could practically see the sparks. In the city, Perchik was saying, his voice carrying over to where I stood, men and women dance together. It's considered normal, natural even. Normal, Hodel repeated, and there was something in her voice that suggested she was testing the word, examining its implications. And what else is normal in the city? Choice, Perchik replied with the fervor that characterized all his pronouncements. The freedom to choose one's own path, one's own partner, one's own destiny. Not like here, where even at a wedding we maintain divisions. And if one chooses wrongly, Hodel asked, then at least the mistake is one's own, not imposed by others. I cleared my throat loudly, causing them to spring apart like opposing magnets suddenly activated. The chairs, I said, hefting the ones I carried with exaggerated effort, won't move themselves. And Perchik, I believe the men are gathering at Mordecai's house. You wouldn't want to miss the groom's procession. He had the grace to blush, but his eyes remained fixed on Hodel for a moment longer before he departed, and in that look I saw a future I wasn't ready to contemplate. My daughter following this revolutionary to God knows where, abandoning not just her family, but her entire world for the promise of something new, something different, something that might be better or might be disaster, but would definitely be change. Papa, Hodel began, but I raised my hand. Not today, I said. Today we have one wedding to manage. Tomorrow will be sufficient for whatever announcements or revelations you're preparing. She nodded, but there was something in her expression that suggested tomorrow might not wait for our convenience, that the future had a way of arriving whether we were prepared or not. The wedding ceremony itself began in the early afternoon, when the sun had reached that position in the sky that provided light without glare, warmth without oppression. The entire village had gathered, our Jewish community, of course, but also, somewhat surprisingly, several of our Christian neighbors, including Fyodor the constable and his son, Sasha. Their presence a reminder that, despite the tensions and divisions that characterized our broader existence, at the local level, human connections sometimes transcended official animosities. Model stood under the Chava, a canopy that Golda and the other women had constructed from our best tablecloth and 4 poles that had been decorated with such flowers as the season provided. His thin frame trembling with an emotion that seemed too large for his body to contain. His face, usually marked by anxiety, had acquired a transcendent quality, as though he had glimpsed something beyond the material world and found it good. Then came the moment when Tzeitl appeared, escorted by Golda and me, her face veiled according to custom, but her presence unmistakable. The crowd fell silent, that particular hush that descends when the ordinary world briefly acknowledges the sacred. Even the children, usually irrepressible in their energy, seemed to understand that something significant was occurring. As we walked her toward her waiting groom, I found myself thinking about time, about how it could simultaneously race and crawl, how this walk seemed both endless and instantaneous, how I was simultaneously in this moment and in all the moments that had led to it, holding my infant daughter for the first time, teaching her to walk, watching her learn to read, seeing her discover love, all of it compressed into these few steps that would deliver her from one life to another. The rabbi, ancient and trembling himself, though with age rather than emotion, began the traditional words, his voice carrying the authority of centuries, even as it quavered with his own mortality. The blessings were spoken, the wine was shared, the rings exchanged, simple bands that Model had somehow managed to purchase, though I suspected he would be paying for them in installments for the next year. It was during the 7 blessings, when the community's attention was entirely focused on the couple, that I noticed Chava standing at the edge of the crowd, and beside her, though carefully maintaining a respectable distance, stood Fyedka. They were not looking at each other. Indeed, they seemed to be making a pointed effort not to look at each other. But there was something in their parallel postures, in the way they held themselves, that suggested an awareness of each other that transcended mere physical proximity. My attention was drawn back to the ceremony by the sound of breaking glass, Model stamping on the wine glass wrapped in cloth, that moment of destruction that reminded us, even in our joy of the temple's destruction, of the fragility of happiness, of the fact that everything that is built can be broken. The crowd erupted in celebration, voices raised in the traditional mazel tov that seemed to shake the very heavens with its intensity. And then the feast began, though to call it a feast, perhaps, overstates what our combined resources could provide. Yet what we lacked in luxury, we compensated for in enthusiasm, in the determination to celebrate despite, or perhaps because of, the poverty that constrained us. The musicians played with more energy than skill, but the music served its purpose, providing the rhythm for our joy, the soundtrack for our temporary transcendence of daily struggle. It was during the meal, such as it was, that Perchik stood and did something that would be discussed in Anatevka for years to come. He raised his glass and said, "In honor of the bride and groom, I would like to propose something radical." The word radical caused a visible ripple of concern through the assembled company. Radical was not a word that boded well in our traditional context. "I propose," he continued, seemingly oblivious to, or perhaps energized by the tension he had created, "that we dance. Not just the men with the men and the women with the women, as tradition dictates, but together, men and women, as partners." The silence that followed this proposition was so complete that we could hear the wind in the trees, the distant lowing of cattle, the cosmic grinding of tradition being challenged. It was the rabbi who spoke first, his ancient voice carrying surprising strength. "This is not our way," he said simply. "Perhaps," Perchik replied, and I had to admire his courage even as I deplored his timing. "It's time for our ways to expand, to include joy that isn't segregated, celebration that isn't divided." "And where in Torah," the rabbi asked with the patience of someone who has had this argument before in different forms, "does it say men and women should dance together? Where does it say they shouldn't?" Perchik countered, which was technically accurate, but theologically problematic. The argument might have continued indefinitely, but it was Tevye who surprised everyone, including himself, by standing and extending his hand to Golda. "It's my daughter's wedding," I heard myself say, though I couldn't quite believe the words were emerging from my mouth. If there's a time to bend tradition without breaking it, perhaps this is it. As the words left my mouth, I felt the ground, which had felt so unsteady these past weeks, suddenly vanish beneath my feet. I stood between the ancient stone of the rabbi's disapproval and the shifting earth of my daughter's future. In that moment, I understood the fiddler as I never had before. His secret was not in standing still, for to stand still on a tilted roof is to surely fall. The secret of his balance, and of ours, was in the movement itself, in the terrifying, necessary, next step of the dance. Golda looked at me as though I had suddenly begun speaking in tongues, but after a moment's hesitation, she took my hand, and we danced, awkwardly, uncertainly, but we danced, and seeing us, others followed. Motel and Tzeitl, of course, their faces radiant with a joy that transcended the controversy. Then Perchik and Hodel, moving together with a grace that suggested this was not their first dance, whatever they might claim. But it was when I saw Chava and Fiedka moving toward each other, their hands about to touch, that the spell broke. "No!" The word tore from my throat with such force that the music stopped, the dancers froze, the entire celebration suspended in a moment of terrible clarity. "Not that," I said, my voice lower but no less firm. Some boundaries must remain." Chava's face transformed in an instant from joy to something else. hurt, anger, disappointment, all compressed into an expression that would haunt me for days to come. She turned and fled, not running but moving with a dignity that was somehow worse than tears. Fyedka stood for a moment, his hand still extended toward the space where she had been, then slowly lowered it and walked away in the opposite direction. The celebration resumed, but the magic had been broken. We finished the rituals, went through the motions, but there was a subdued quality to the remainder of the evening, as though we had all been reminded that even in our moments of greatest joy, the divisions that defined us remained intact. Later, much later, after the guests had departed and the newlyweds had been escorted to their new home, a room above the tailor shop that Model had prepared, with touching attention to detail, I sat alone in our courtyard, the debris of celebration around me like the aftermath of a battle. Golda had gone to bed, exhausted by the day's efforts, and the house was quiet, except for the settling sounds that all houses make when adjusting to the absence of one of their inhabitants. "Lord," I said to the darkness, "I'm trying to understand your plan here. I've accepted the boy you sent for Tzeitl, even though he has nothing. I'm trying to accept the revolutionary you've sent for Hodel, though he'll probably take her away from us. But Chava and that boy, that's a bridge too far. Some things cannot be, should not be, must not be. You understand that, don't you?" The only answer was the sound of the fiddler on the roof, playing a melody that seemed to contain within it both the joy of the day and the sorrow of its ending, the celebration of union and the pain of separation, the hope of continuity and the fear of change. His music drifted across the village like a blessing or a curse, or perhaps simply an acknowledgement that life was complicated, that tradition and change were locked in an eternal dance, that every wedding contained within it the seeds of future loss, every celebration the shadow of future sorrow. I thought about my daughters, Tzeitl now a wife, beginning her own story, Hodel on the verge of choosing a path I couldn't follow, Chava nursing a wound I had inflicted but couldn't heal, Sprintsu and Bielku still young, but watching, learning, preparing for their own futures. Each of them a separate story that I could influence but not control, each of them dancing to their own music, even as they remained part of the larger choreography of family, community, tradition. The moon rose, full and bright, casting shadows that seemed to dance even in stillness. Somewhere in the village, Tzeitl and Model were beginning their life together, their poverty cushioned by love, their future uncertain, but their present complete. Somewhere else, Hodel and Perchik were perhaps planning their own revolution, personal and political, simultaneously. And somewhere, Chava was reading by candlelight, escaping into worlds where the boundaries that constrained her didn't exist, where love could cross any divide, where tradition was something to be honored but not obeyed blindly. As for me, I sat in the darkness, a father who had managed one wedding, but suspected the hardest challenges were still to come. The fiddler played on, his melody now so faint, I might have been imagining it, but whether real or imagined, it provided the soundtrack to my thoughts, my fears, my hopes. We had survived this day, navigated its challenges, celebrated its joys, endured its sorrows. Tomorrow would bring new tests, new choices, new opportunities to fail or succeed in the impossible task of maintaining balance in an unbalanced world. "Thank you," I said finally to the darkness, though I wasn't entirely sure what I was thankful for. Thank you for this day, for its complications and its blessings, for the love you've given my daughter, even if it comes with poverty attached, for the community that supports us, even when we challenge their expectations, for the strength to say no when necessary, even when it breaks my heart. And if you could see your way clear to making tomorrow slightly less complicated than today, I wouldn't complain, though I suspect you have other plans. I stood, my joints protesting the length of time I had been sitting, and made my way inside. The house felt different with Tzeitl gone, as though the space she had occupied had left a visible absence, a gap in the family structure that would eventually heal but would always remain, like a scar that reminds us of wounds survived. In their bed, the younger girls slept, Sprinzu and Bielku, curled together like kittens, their faces peaceful in sleep, unaware of the complexities that awaited them. I paused at Chava's door, seeing the light still glowing beneath it. I raised my hand to knock, to try to explain, to bridge the gap I had created. But what could I say? That some traditions were too fundamental to challenge, that some boundaries were necessary for our survival, that loving someone from outside our faith was not just a personal choice, but a betrayal of centuries of ancestors who had died rather than abandon their identity. All true, perhaps, but truth was cold comfort to a young heart that wanted what it wanted without regard for history or theology, or the complex negotiations between survival and assimilation. I lowered my hand and continued to my own room, where Golda slept with the exhaustion of a general after a successful but costly campaign. As I prepared for bed, moving quietly so as not to wake her, I thought about the dance, that moment when we had all stepped outside tradition, when men and women had moved together in celebration of love. It had felt both wrong and right simultaneously, dangerous and necessary, a violation and a validation. Perhaps that was what change always felt like. Not a clean break, but a messy negotiation. Not a revolution, but an evolution, painful and necessary and irreversible once begun. I lay down beside my wife, this woman who had been a stranger once, but was now as essential to my existence as breath itself. In her sleep, she moved closer to me, seeking warmth or comfort, or simply the familiar presence that had shared her bed for 25 years. I put my arm around her, carefully, gently, and she sighed in her sleep, a sound of contentment that suggested that despite all the challenges and changes, some things remained constant, some connections endured. Outside, distantly, I could still hear music, not the fiddler now, but voices raised in song, probably the younger men who were continuing the celebration in their own fashion, with stronger drink and less supervision. Their songs were bawdy and sacred simultaneously, celebrating the physical and spiritual aspects of union with equal enthusiasm, reminding us all that we were neither angels nor animals, but something in between, something complicated and contradictory and magnificently imperfect. Tomorrow, I knew, would bring its own challenges. The refugees from Zhytomyr would need continued assistance. My milk rounds would resume. Hodel would continue her studies with Perchik, moving closer to whatever future they were constructing together. Chava would. I didn't know what Chava would do, but I suspected it would challenge me in ways I wasn't prepared for. And somewhere, in a room above a tailor shop, Tzeitl and Motel would wake to their first full day as husband and wife, facing all the mundane and magnificent realities that such a union entailed. But that was tomorrow. Tonight, in this moment suspended between celebration and sorrow, between tradition and change, between what was and what would be, I could rest. The wedding was accomplished. The first of my daughters had been successfully launched into her own story. The fiddler on the roof, whether real or metaphorical, had maintained his balance for another day. And we, all of us in Anatevka, had proven once again that we could bend without breaking, that we could dance on the edge of change without falling into chaos, that we could maintain our essential identity even as the world around us transformed with terrifying speed. "Thank you," I whispered one more time into the darkness, a final prayer before sleep. "Thank you for the dance, even if it led to difficulty. Thank you for the joy, even if it was tinged with sorrow. Thank you for the love that complicates everything and makes everything worthwhile. And if you're listening, which I suspect you always are, even when you pretend otherwise, please help me find the wisdom to know when to hold tight to tradition and when to let it evolve, when to say yes and when to say no, when to dance and when to stand still, because I suspect the music is just beginning, and I'm not sure I know all the steps." Sleep came at last, bringing with it dreams of dancers and fiddlers, of weddings and wanderings, of daughters growing wings, and fathers learning to let them fly. And through it all, the music continued, that eternal melody that accompanied our lives, sometimes joyful, sometimes sorrowful, always continuing, always calling us to maintain our balance, to keep our faith, to dance our dance on the roof of existence, precarious and beautiful, traditional and revolutionary, ending and beginning with each note, each step, each breath of our complicated, contradictory, absolutely necessary lives. Chapter 6. The Unraveling of Certainties. The days following Tzeitel's wedding possessed that peculiar quality of aftermath that characterizes periods succeeding great emotional expenditure, a kind of exhausted tranquility in which ordinary life resumes its customary patterns, while bearing the invisible weight of recent transformation, like a landscape that appears unchanged after an earthquake, yet carries within its depths the memory of violent rearrangement. I found myself moving through my daily routines, the pre-dawn rising, the loading of milk cans onto my ancient cart, the careful navigation of Anatevka's rutted streets with a mechanical precision that suggested normalcy, while my mind churned with the complexity of changes both accomplished and impending. It was on the third morning after the wedding, as I made my rounds through the village with the dedication of one who understands that life's continuity depends more upon mundane repetition than upon dramatic gestures, that I encountered Fyetka. He stood at the crossroads between the Jewish and Christian quarters, a geographical location that seemed symbolically appropriate given his position in my daughter's life, neither fully within our world nor entirely outside it, occupying that dangerous liminal space where boundaries blur and definitions become negotiable. "Reb Tevye," he said, and there was something in his manner, a combination of determination and deference that suggested he had been waiting for this encounter, had perhaps orchestrated it with the careful planning of a chess master, positioning pieces for an inevitable endgame. "Fyetka," I replied, attempting to maintain the careful neutrality that our situation demanded, while every paternal instinct within me screamed warnings of danger, of boundaries about to be crossed, of traditions about to be shattered with the casual violence of ignorance or intention. "I would like to speak with you," he said, and the formality of his phrasing could not disguise the tremor in his voice, that betrayal of emotion that revealed the young man beneath the scholar's composed exterior. "About your daughter, about Chava." The milk cans on my cart rattled as my horse, sensing perhaps my sudden tension, shifted nervously in his traces. The morning sun, which had been climbing the eastern sky with its customary indifference to human drama, seemed to pause in its ascent, casting long shadows that stretched between us, like the visual manifestation of all that separated our worlds. "There is nothing to discuss," I said, though even as the words emerged I recognized their futility. One might as well attempt to halt the spring floods with declarations of prohibition, to prevent the sunrise with theological argument. "My daughter is not for you." "With respect, Reb Tevye," he said, and there was something in his voice now that hadn't been there before, a steel beneath the silk of his courtesy. "Shouldn't that be for Chava to decide?" The question hung in the morning air, like a challenge to everything I had believed, everything I had been taught, everything that had sustained our people through centuries of persecution and exile. The very suggestion that my daughter might have autonomy in such matters, might choose her own path regardless of tradition, family, faith. It was simultaneously liberating and terrifying, like standing at the edge of a precipice and feeling both the urge to jump and the desperate need to retreat to solid ground. "You speak," I said slowly, each word requiring careful consideration, "of decisions as though they exist in isolation, as though one person's choice doesn't affect entire communities, entire histories. My daughter's decision, if such a thing were even conceivable, would not be hers alone. It would be a decision for all her ancestors who died, rather than abandon their faith, for all her descendants who would be lost to us, for every member of our community who would see in her choice a crack in the wall that protects us from dissolution." "Or perhaps," Fyetka countered with the passionate certainty of youth that has read much but lived little, "they would see in her choice the possibility of bridges rather than walls, of connection rather than separation, of a future where love matters more than the accident of birth, into one tradition or another." "Love," I repeated, and the word tasted bitter on my tongue, like medicine that might cure or poison depending on the dosage. "You think love conquers all? That it's sufficient foundation for a life? Let me tell you something about love, young man. Love is wonderful in songs and stories, but life is not a song, and we are not characters in a story. We are real people living in a real world where real consequences follow from our choices. Your love, if that's what this is, would cost my daughter everything. Her family, her community, her very identity." "And what if she considers that price worth paying?" he asked quietly. The question struck me with the force of physical blow. I thought of Chava, my quiet one, my reader, my dreamer, and tried to imagine her making such a choice, stepping outside everything she had known into a future that offered no guarantees, except isolation from all that had previously defined her. The image was simultaneously impossible and terrifyingly, entirely plausible. Then she would be making that choice based on incomplete information, I said finally. She sees only the romance, not the reality. She imagines only the beginning, not the long years that follow when romance fades and reality remains. What happens when your families reject you? When your children belong to neither world? When the very love you thought would sustain you becomes a source of mutual recrimination? Fyetka was quiet for a long moment, and in his silence I heard not defeat, but contemplation, as though he were genuinely considering my words rather than simply waiting for his turn to argue. When he spoke again, his voice carried a different quality, softer, more uncertain, but somehow more dangerous for its vulnerability. "I know the risks," he said. "I've thought of nothing else for weeks. But Reb Tevye, I also know what I feel when I'm with her. The way she sees the world, the way her mind works, the way she can find meaning in a phrase that I've read a dozen times without understanding. She makes me better than I am alone. And I believe, I hope, I do the same for her. Isn't that worth something? Isn't that worth everything?" Before I could respond, before I could marshal the arguments that tradition and wisdom and fear provided in abundance, I heard a voice that froze the blood in my veins. "Papa." Chava stood a few feet away, having approached with that silent grace that had always characterized her movements. How long had she been listening? How much had she heard? Her face bore an expression I had never seen before, a mixture of defiance and pleading, strength and vulnerability, child and woman existing simultaneously in the same features. "Chava," I said, and her name emerged as both greeting and warning, acknowledgement and prohibition. "I was looking for you," she said, though we all knew this was not entirely true. She had been looking for this moment, this confrontation, this opportunity to bring into the light what had been developing in shadow. "Mama needs you at home." "I'll come immediately," I said, though I made no move to leave. The three of us stood there, frozen in a tableau that contained within it all the tension of our situation, the father, the daughter, the outsider who threatened to become something more. Each of us understanding that we were balanced on the edge of something irreversible. "We've been reading together," Chava said suddenly, the words emerging in a rush as though she had been holding them back by main force and could no longer contain them. "Just reading, discussing books, ideas. Is that so terrible? Is the exchange of thoughts across boundaries such a threat to everything you hold dear?" "It's not the reading," I said, though we all knew it was not about reading at all. "It's what the reading leads to, what it represents, what it makes possible." "What it makes possible," she repeated, and there was wonder in her voice, as though she were discovering the phrase's meaning even as she spoke it. "Yes, exactly. It makes possible understanding between people who are supposed to be strangers. It makes possible connection where there should be only division. It makes possible love where there should be none." I finished for her, and the word hung between us like an admission of what we all knew but had been unwilling to name. "Is love something that should be confined by should and shouldn't?" Fayedka asked, and I could hear in his voice that he was not arguing now, but genuinely seeking understanding. "Is it something we can control with rules and boundaries? Or is it like the wind, going where it will regardless of our attempts to direct it?" "The wind," I said, grasping at the metaphor like a drowning man grasping at rope, "can be destructive as well as refreshing. It can tear down houses, destroy crops, scatter communities. We build walls not because we hate the wind, but because we understand its power. And sometimes," Chava said quietly, "walls that protect also imprison." The philosophical complexity of our argument might have continued indefinitely, each of us defending positions that were simultaneously reasonable and impossible, but we were interrupted by the arrival of Golda, who appeared on the street with the sudden materialization that wives perfect when they sense their husbands are engaged in something requiring immediate intervention. "Tevye," she said, and in the pronunciation of my name I heard volumes of meaning, warning, summons, recognition of the danger we were all dancing around. "You're needed at home, now." I looked at my wife, this woman who had stood beside me through everything, who had borne my children and my moods with equal patience, who understood without explanation the nature of the crisis we faced. Then I looked at my daughter, seeing in her face the plea she could not voice, the question she dared not ask, the love she could not deny. "Come, Chava," I said finally. "Your mother needs us." She hesitated for a moment, her eyes meeting Fyedka's in a glance that contained entire conversations, then followed us, her steps reluctant but obedient. As we walked away, I could feel Fyedka's gaze on our backs, could sense his struggle between pursuit and restraint, between pressing his case and respecting boundaries he didn't believe in, but couldn't quite bring himself to violate. The house, when we reached it, thrummed with a tension that had nothing to do with Golda's supposed need for assistance, and everything to do with the crisis we were all trying to navigate without acknowledging. Hodel was at the table with Perchik, their heads bent over a book, but their concentration seemed forced, as though they were performing studiousness rather than actually studying. The younger girls sat in the corner, their usual chatter subdued, their eyes moving between family members with the watchful attention of those who sense drama without understanding its source. "We need to talk," Golda said without preamble once the door was closed. "About Chava, about that boy, about what's happening before it goes too far." "It's already too far," I said, sinking into my chair with the exhaustion of a man who has been fighting a battle he knows he cannot win. They're in love, or think they are, which amounts to the same thing at their age. "Then we must end it," Golda said, with the practical certainty that characterized her approach to all problems. "Send her away. To my sister in Minsk, perhaps, or to—" "I won't be sent away like some wayward child who needs correction," Chava interrupted, and the steel in her voice surprised us all. Our quiet daughter, our dreamer, had found her voice, and it carried an authority we had not expected. "I've done nothing wrong except read books with someone whose company I find stimulating. If that's a crime, then prosecute me for it. But don't exile me for the offense of thinking, of feeling, of being something other than what you planned for me to be." "It's not about plans," I said, though even as I spoke I recognized the weakness of my position. "It's about survival, about maintaining who we are in a world that would be only too happy to see us disappear through assimilation or annihilation." "And who are we, Papa?" Chava asked, and the question carried such genuine curiosity that I found myself momentarily speechless. Are we only our traditions, our prohibitions, our separation from others, or are we also our capacity for growth, for connection, for finding the divine in unexpected places? "Philosophy," Golda muttered, but there was uncertainty in her dismissal, as though she too were beginning to feel the ground shifting beneath our feet. It was Perchik who spoke next, his revolutionary fervor apparently overwhelming his sense of self-preservation. "In the modern world," he began, then stopped as every eye in the room turned to him with varying degrees of hostility. "I'm sorry, But this is exactly what I've been trying to explain. The old boundaries are breaking down everywhere. In the cities, in the universities, Jews and Christians study together, work together, even marry? I asked sharply. Is that what you're advocating? The complete dissolution of everything that makes us distinct? Should we be like Sasha, the constable's son, pretending interest in our ways while remaining fundamentally other? Or like Fiedka, caught between worlds, belonging fully to neither? I'm advocating, Perchik said carefully, for the freedom to choose, for the recognition that identity is not just about what we inherit, but also about what we create. And what would you create? I asked, though the question was directed more at Chava than at Perchik. A world without distinctions, without traditions, without the very things that have sustained us through centuries of persecution? Perhaps, Hodel said suddenly, and her voice carried a quality I hadn't heard before. Not the passionate certainty of youth, but something more complex, more considered. Perhaps we could create a world where those traditions evolve rather than remain frozen, where they adapt to new realities rather than denying them. Evolution, I repeated, and the word seemed to contain within it both promise and threat, both hope and fear. You speak as though tradition were a living thing that could grow and change while remaining essentially itself. Isn't it? Chava asked. Haven't our traditions already evolved? The Judaism we practice is not identical to what Avram practiced, or Moses, or even our great-grandparents. It has adapted, survived, continued, by changing just enough to remain relevant while maintaining its essential core. The theological sophistication of her argument surprised me, though perhaps it shouldn't have. This was what came of education, of reading, of exposure to ideas beyond the narrow confines of our village wisdom. My daughter had become a philosopher while I wasn't watching, had developed the intellectual tools to challenge the very foundations I had tried to provide for her. There are some changes that go too far, I said finally. Some adaptations that are not evolution, but extinction. Marrying outside the faith, this is not adaptation, it's surrender. To whom? Chava asked. To love. To the possibility of understanding between peoples, to the hope that the future might be different from the past. To the forces that would see us disappear, I replied, not through violence, but through dilution, through the gradual erasure of everything that makes us who we are. The argument continued, circular and exhausting, each of us defending positions that were simultaneously reasonable and irreconcilable. It was interrupted, finally, by the arrival of the rabbi, whose appearance at our door was unusual enough to silence our domestic disputation. He stood in our doorway, his ancient frame seeming to carry the weight of centuries, his eyes holding a mixture of compassion and concern that suggested he was aware of our crisis. Tevye, he said, I need to speak with you, privately. I followed him outside, leaving behind the heated atmosphere of family conflict for the relatively neutral territory of the street. The rabbi walked slowly, each step deliberate, considered, as though he were measuring not just distance, but meaning. I've heard things, he said finally, about your Chava, about the scholar's son. Nothing has happened, I said quickly. They've been reading together, talking, but nothing. Something has happened, he interrupted gently. Perhaps not what you fear, but something nonetheless. The community is watching, Tevye. They see your daughter with this boy, see the way they look at each other, and they wonder what it means for all of us. What do they want me to do? I asked, though I suspected I knew the answer. They want you to be strong, he said simply, to maintain the boundaries that protect us, to show that even in these changing times, some things remain sacred, inviolate. And if my daughter's heart breaks in the process. The rabbi was quiet for a long moment, his gaze directed toward the synagogue, that physical manifestation of our communal faith. Hearts heal, he said finally. Communities, once fractured, may not. You have a responsibility, Tevye, not just to your daughter, but to all of us, to the past that delivered us here, and to the future that depends on our choices now. The weight of his words settled upon me like a prayer shawl made of lead, simultaneously comforting and crushing. I understood what he was saying, the implicit threat within his gentle words. Maintain the boundaries, or risk becoming an outcast yourself. Your entire family tainted by association with transgression. I understand, I said, though understanding and accepting were vastly different things. The rabbi nodded and walked away, leaving me standing alone in the street, caught between the house that contained my family's conflict and the village that demanded my compliance with its expectations. Above, the sky had clouded over, the morning sunshine replaced by a gray uncertainty that seemed to mirror my internal weather. When I returned to the house, I found a scene of deceptive normalcy. Chava had retreated to her corner with a book, though I doubted she was actually reading. Hodel and Perchik had resumed their studies with an intensity that suggested they were trying to disappear into the text. Golda was preparing the evening meal with movements that were perhaps more vigorous than necessary, as though she could knead our problems away, like air bubbles in dough. The rabbi came, I announced to no one in particular. And? Golda asked, though her tone suggested she already knew. And we have decisions to make, I said. Difficult decisions. They don't have to be difficult, Chava said without looking up from her book. You could simply trust me. Trust that I know my own heart, my own mind. Trust that I wouldn't do anything to bring shame on our family. It's not about trust, I began, but she interrupted. Isn't it? Don't you trust me to make good choices, to consider consequences, to honor my heritage even while expanding my horizons? I trust you, I said slowly, but I also know that love, or what passes for love, can cloud judgment, can make the impossible seem reasonable, the dangerous seem safe. And fear, she countered, can make the reasonable seem impossible, the safe seem dangerous. We had reached an impasse, a moment where words became insufficient to bridge the gap between our positions. The afternoon light was fading, casting long shadows through our windows, and with it came a sense of time running out, of decisions that could not be indefinitely postponed. It was then that Model appeared at our door, my new son-in-law, his face bearing an expression of such distress that all other concerns momentarily fled. Reb Tevye, he said, his voice cracking with emotion, there's news. From the authorities. They're saying all Jews must leave Anatevka. The words fell into our midst like stones into still water, sending ripples of shock through the room. Leave Anatevka? Leave the only home most of us had ever known? When? Golda asked, her practical nature immediately engaging with the logistics of catastrophe. 3 days, Model replied. They're giving us 3 days to pack our lives and go. Go where? Hodel asked, and in her voice I heard not fear, but curiosity, as though this disaster might also be an opportunity. Anywhere, Model said, as long as it's not here. The room erupted in voices, questions, exclamations, denials, but I found myself oddly calm, as though I had been expecting this, as though all our personal dramas had been merely a prelude to this larger catastrophe. We had been arguing about boundaries, about tradition, about the future, and now the future had arrived with brutal clarity, sweeping away our small concerns with the violence of historical inevitability. Well, I said finally, my voice cutting through the chaos, it seems the decision has been made for us. We're all leaving. The question is not whether traditions will be maintained, but whether we'll survive at all. I looked at Chava, saw the devastation in her face as she realized what this meant, not just exile from our home, but separation from Fiedka, perhaps forever. The tragedy of young love interrupted by historical forces seemed suddenly small against the larger tragedy of an entire community uprooted. But I could see that for her, the personal catastrophe was the only one that mattered. 3 days, I repeated, tasting the timeline of our destruction. 3 days to pack centuries of existence. 3 days to say goodbye to everything we've known. 3 days to become refugees in our own lives. The fiddler on the roof, I thought, would have to find a new roof, a new precarious perch from which to play his eternal melody. We would all have to find new balance in a world that had suddenly tilted beyond recognition. The arguments about tradition and change, about boundaries and bridges, seemed almost quaint now, philosophical luxuries we could no longer afford. Yet even as I contemplated our impending exile, I couldn't help but wonder if this too was part of some larger pattern, some divine choreography that we could only understand in retrospect. We had been debating whether traditions could evolve, whether boundaries could be crossed, whether love could transcend difference. Now we would discover whether we could survive at all, whether our traditions were portable, whether our identity could withstand not just change, but complete displacement. We should start packing, Golda said, ever practical even in the face of catastrophe. 3 days is not much time. No, I agreed. It's not. But as my family dispersed to begin the impossible task of compressing our lives into whatever we could carry, I found myself thinking, not about what we would take, but about what we would leave behind. Not just possessions, but possibilities. Not just places, but the future we had imagined in this place. Chava's crisis, which had seemed so momentous this morning, was now subsumed into a larger crisis that affected us all. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that the two were somehow connected, that the personal and the historical were intertwined in ways I couldn't quite articulate. We were being forced to leave because we were Jews, because our very existence here was suddenly deemed unacceptable by forces beyond our control. Chava wanted to cross boundaries that our tradition deemed unacceptable. Both involved questions of identity, of belonging, of the price we pay for being who we are. The evening came with its familiar rhythms despite the extraordinary circumstances. Prayers were said, though with perhaps more fervor than usual. Dinner was served, though appetites were considerably diminished. Candles were lit, though their light seemed fragile against the darkness that was descending upon us. Through it all, I watched my family, these people I loved more than life itself, and wondered what would become of us, scattered to the winds like seeds from a dandelion, hoping to find new soil in which to root, but knowing that not all seeds find fertile ground. "Papa," Chava approached me as the others prepared for bed, her voice soft but determined. "What if Fyedka could help us? His family has connections, resources. They're also leaving, but they have options we don't. What if what? I asked, though I knew where this was leading. What if we accepted help from them? What if we traveled together? What if this catastrophe became an opportunity for you to pursue what you couldn't pursue here?" She didn't deny it, couldn't deny it. In her eyes, I saw hope and guilt warring with each other, the desire for her own happiness conflicting with the recognition of our collective tragedy. "I want to help the family," she said, "but you also want him," I finished. "I know, but Chava, even in exile, especially in exile, we must maintain who we are. Otherwise, we're not surviving. We're disappearing." She looked at me for a long moment, and in her gaze I saw something shift, harden, resolve into a determination that frightened me more than tears would have. "Then perhaps," she said quietly, "disappearing is better than surviving without really living." She walked away before I could respond, leaving me with her words echoing in the silence. Outside, I could hear the sounds of a community in crisis, voices raised in discussion, the crash of objects being moved, the tears of those contemplating loss. The fiddler on the roof had stopped playing, or perhaps I simply could no longer hear him over the symphony of sorrow that was enveloping our village. 3 days. We had 3 days to end one life and begin another, to close this chapter of our existence and hope there would be another to follow. 3 days to resolve the irresolvable, to pack the unpackable, to say goodbyes that might be forever. "Lord," I said to the darkness, "your sense of timing leaves much to be desired. Just when I'm struggling with one crisis, you provide another to make the first seem trivial. Is this your way of teaching perspective, or merely your reminder that we control far less than we think we do?" The darkness, predictably, provided no answer, but somewhere in the distance, faint but unmistakable, I heard the sound of a fiddle playing, not the joyous dance of celebration, nor the bitter keen of lamentation, but something in between, a melody that spoke of ending and beginning, of loss and possibility, of tradition and change, all woven together in a complexity that no single emotion could encompass. We would leave Anatevka. We would become wanderers, refugees, seekers of new homes in a world that might or might not welcome us. We would carry our traditions with us like seeds, hoping to plant them in new soil, and somehow, through it all, we would maintain our balance, like the fiddler on his roof, playing our music, despite the precariousness of our position, creating meaning from melody, finding harmony in discord, dancing on the edge of existence with whatever grace we could muster. The night deepened around our house, around our village, around our ending world. But morning would come, as it always did, and with it the work of transformation, the labor of becoming something new while remaining essentially ourselves. It would be the hardest dance we had ever attempted, but we would attempt it nonetheless, because the alternative was to stop dancing altogether, and that was the one thing we could never do, not while the music continued, not while breath remained, not while hope, however faint, still played its eternal melody in our hearts. Chapter 7, The Geography of Exile. The first of our 3 days began before dawn, though in truth it had never really ended, the night having dissolved into a sleepless vigil of calculation and recrimination, of sorting through possessions and memories with the brutal triage of those who must choose what part of their lives to amputate in order to save what remains. I stood in our main room, surrounded by the accumulated artifacts of a lifetime. No, of multiple lifetimes, for here were objects that had belonged to my parents, my grandparents, stretching back through generations of Tevyes who had somehow managed to pass down not just genes, but things, physical anchors to a continuity that was about to be severed with the casual violence of bureaucratic decree. The butter churn that had been my grandmother's wedding gift stood in the corner, too heavy to take, too valuable to leave, existing in that impossible category of things that were simultaneously essential and abandonable. Beside it, the books, the holy books that were our portable homeland, the volumes of Talmud and Torah that we would carry regardless of their weight, because they contain not just words, but the entire architecture of our identity. And scattered throughout, the smaller items whose value was entirely sentimental, and therefore both worthless and priceless. A child's first shoe, preserved for reasons that made sense only to a parent's heart. A wedding cup, cracked but retained. Letters from relatives in America, their promises of better lives reading now like prophecies or lies, depending on one's degree of optimism. "We can take only what we can carry," Golda said, entering the room with an armload of clothing that she deposited on our already cluttered table. Her face bore the expression of someone performing emotional arithmetic, calculating the exchange rate between memory and mobility, between preservation and survival. "The cart will hold some furniture, but not much. We must be practical." Practical. The word seemed simultaneously necessary and obscene, as though one could apply logic to the dismantling of a life, as though there were a proper methodology for becoming refugees in one's own existence. Yet what else could we do? Sentiment was a luxury we could no longer afford, along with so many other luxuries we hadn't even realized we possessed until they were about to be taken from us. The luxury of familiarity, of knowing every stone in every street, of belonging somewhere so completely that the belonging itself became invisible, like air that one only notices when it begins to disappear. "Where will we go?" Sprintsu asked, her 12-year-old face bearing an expression of curiosity rather than fear, as though this were an adventure rather than an exile. The resilience of children, their ability to adapt to catastrophe, as though it were merely another variation in the game of existence, both heartened and heartbroken me. "Where God leads us," I replied, though in truth I had no idea where that might be. The world beyond Anatevka, which had always existed as a vague threat or promise on the periphery of our consciousness, was about to become our reality, and we were as prepared for it as fish are prepared for flight. "Perchik says we should go to Warsaw," Hodel announced, and there was something in her voice, a quality of decision rather than suggestion, that made me look at her more carefully. She stood straighter than usual, her chin lifted with a determination I recognized, but had hoped not to see, at least not so soon, not under these circumstances. "Perchik says many things," I observed, attempting to keep my tone neutral. "What else does Perchik say?" "He says there's work in Warsaw, in the factories. He says there's a community of people like us, people who believe in change, in progress, in revolution." I finished for her. Yes, I'm sure Warsaw is full of revolutionaries. Very comforting for a family seeking stability. Stability? Hodel's voice rose with the passion of youth confronting what it perceives as willful blindness. Papa, we're being expelled from our homes. Where exactly is this stability you're seeking? She had a point, though I was reluctant to concede it. The old certainties were crumbling so rapidly that even our arguments against change were becoming obsolete before we could properly articulate them. It was then that Chava appeared in the doorway, and I knew immediately that something had shifted. Some internal decision had been made that would alter everything that followed. She wore her traveling clothes, practical, simple, but there was something about the way she carried herself, a quality of resolution that transformed her from my daughter into someone I wasn't sure I recognized. "I need to speak with you," she said, and though her voice was quiet, it carried an authority that made everyone else in the room find reasons to be elsewhere. Even Golda, after a moment's hesitation and a meaningful look in my direction, ushered the younger girls outside, leaving me alone with this stranger who wore my daughter's face. "I'm leaving with Fiedka," she said, without preamble, without the elaborate justifications or arguments I had expected, just the simple statement of fact, as though the decision had already been made and implemented in some realm beyond our physical reality, and was only now being reported to those of us still mired in the material world. "No," I said, but the word emerged without force, like the last breath of a dying man. "Yes," she replied, and her calm was more terrible than tears would have been. "He's arranged papers for us. We'll be married by a magistrate in the next town. Then we'll go to Petersburg, where his uncle has a position at the university. He can work as a translator. I can—" "You can what?" I interrupted, finding my voice at last. "You can be neither Jew nor Christian. You can raise children who belong nowhere. You can spend your life explaining to everyone you meet why you chose love over everything else, as though love were enough to sustain you through a lifetime of isolation." "Yes," she said simply. "All of that. Because the alternative is to live without the person who makes life meaningful to me. And Papa, that's not living at all." I stared at my daughter, this person I had helped create but could not control, had shaped but could not contain. In her face I saw my mother's determination and my own stubbornness, saw generations of survivors who had endured persecution and poverty and somehow maintained their identity through it all. And now, she was proposing to throw all of that away for what? For a young man with beautiful eyes and 7 languages? For the promise of a different life that might be no better than the one she was abandoning? "If you do this," I said slowly, each word requiring enormous effort, "you will be dead to us. Do you understand? Not just separated, not just distant, dead. We will say Kaddish for you. We will tear our clothes and sit Shiva. You will cease to exist in our world." For the first time, her composure cracked slightly, a fissure in the facade through which I could glimpse the pain beneath. But it sealed itself almost immediately, her resolve hardening like scar tissue over a wound. "Then I will be dead," she said, "but I will have lived first." The melodrama of her statement might have been laughable under other circumstances, the theatrical declaration of a young woman who had read too many romantic novels. But there was nothing theatrical about the way she stood there, nothing false about the conviction in her voice. She meant it, every word, and that truth was more terrible than any lie could have been. Your mother, I began, but she interrupted. Mama knows. I told her this morning. She cried. Then she gave me this. She produced a small bundle, a few pieces of jewelry, nothing valuable in monetary terms, but precious beyond measure in their significance. She said it was my inheritance, that I should take it now because there would be no other opportunity. The betrayal, or was it understanding, of my wife's action hit me like a physical blow. Golda had accepted what I could not, had already begun the process of letting go while I was still desperately trying to hold on. You could wait, I said, a last desperate attempt at compromise. We're all leaving anyway. Perhaps in the new place, wherever we end up, things will be different. Perhaps is not enough, Chava said. Not when I have certainty standing right in front of me. Papa, I love you. I love this family. I love our traditions, our faith, our way of life. But I also love him, and that love is not something I can simply set aside like an outgrown dress. It's part of me now, woven into the fabric of who I am. To deny it would be to deny myself, and that's a betrayal I cannot commit. And betraying your family, your people, your God, these betrayals you can commit. I'm not betraying God, she said quietly. I'm following the path he set before me, even if it's not the path you would have chosen for me. As for family and people, I hope that someday you'll understand that love is not betrayal, that choosing a different path is not the same as rejecting where you came from. Someday, I repeated bitterly, always someday with you young people. Someday we'll understand. Someday it will all make sense. But what about today? What about now, when I have to watch my daughter walk away from everything I've tried to give her? Then today you grieve, she said, and there were tears in her eyes now, though they didn't fall. Today you rage and mourn and feel betrayed. But Papa, you're grieving anyway. You're mourning the loss of Anatevka, the end of the world you've known. I'm just adding one more loss to the pile. And maybe, in the larger scheme of catastrophes, mine is small enough to be absorbed, to eventually be forgiven if not accepted. I wanted to argue further, to marshal the theological and philosophical arguments that would prove her wrong, that would demonstrate the impossibility of what she was proposing, but the words wouldn't come. Perhaps because I was exhausted from the sleepless night and the emotional toll of our impending exile, or perhaps because, somewhere in a part of my heart I didn't want to acknowledge, I understood her position, even if I couldn't accept it. When, I asked finally, this afternoon. We'll leave before you have to watch us go. The consideration in her timing, leaving before we did so, we wouldn't have to witness her departure, was somehow worse than if she had been cruel about it. It suggested a thoughtfulness, a recognition of our pain, that made her decision seem less like childish rebellion and more like adult choice. I won't bless this union, I said. I can't. I'm not asking for your blessing, she replied, only for your understanding that I'm doing what I believe is right, even if you believe it's wrong. She stepped toward me, perhaps to embrace me, perhaps to seek some final connection, but I stepped back, unable to bridge the gap that had opened between us. She nodded, accepting this final rejection with the same calm she had displayed throughout our conversation, then turned and walked away. I stood alone in the room full of possessions we would abandon, surrounded by the physical evidence of a life that was ending in more ways than one. Through the window, I could see the activity in the street. Neighbors loading carts, children crying, adults moving with the grim determination of those performing necessary but terrible tasks. The entire village was in motion, preparing for displacement, and somewhere in that chaos, my daughter was preparing to disappear from my life entirely. Golda returned to the room, moving quietly as though entering a sick room where the patient might be disturbed by sudden sound. She didn't speak, didn't ask what had transpired, but her presence was both comfort and accusation. Comfort because she was still here, still mine, still part of the world I understood. Accusation because she had given Chava the jewelry, had accepted what I could not. You knew, I said, not a question but a statement. I suspected, she replied. A mother knows things, sees things, the way she looked when his name was mentioned, the way she stopped eating, stopped sleeping, stopped being present even when she was in the room. I knew we were losing her one way or another. And you accept it? Accept? Golda's laugh was bitter, tinged with hysteria. I accept nothing, but I recognize reality when it slaps me in the face. We're all being scattered anyway, Tevye. At least she's choosing her scattering, rather than having it chosen for her. That's supposed to be a comfort. It's supposed to be what it is, the best we can manage under impossible circumstances. We worked in silence after that, sorting and packing, making the 1,000 small decisions that exile required. Keep the Shabbos candlesticks, leave the everyday dishes, take the prayer books, abandon the furniture, preserve what was irreplaceable, surrender what was merely loved. The arithmetic of loss is complex, requiring calculations that no amount of study prepares you for. The second day brought its own challenges. News arrived that other villages were receiving the same decree, a general expulsion that suggested this was not random cruelty, but systematic policy. The roads would be clogged with refugees, all seeking the same uncertain shelters, all competing for the same limited resources. What had seemed like personal catastrophe was revealed to be communal, which was simultaneously comforting and terrifying. Comforting because we were not alone in our suffering, terrifying because it meant the scale of displacement would make finding new homes even more difficult. Perchik came to the house that morning, his usual revolutionary fervor subdued by the reality of actual revolution, the kind that destroyed rather than reformed. He and Hodel sat together at our table, their heads bent in intense discussion, and I could see they were making their own plans, their own decisions about which future to pursue. We're going to Warsaw, Hodel announced finally, her voice carrying that same quality of resolution I had heard in Chava's. Perchik has contacts there, people who can help us find work, lodging. We? I asked, though I already knew the answer. We're going to be married, she said, and there was defiance in her voice, as though she expected the same resistance I had given Chava. Not now, not here, but soon. In Warsaw. By a rabbi, she added quickly, as though that detail might make the departure more palatable. At least a rabbi, I muttered, but my heart wasn't in the objection. What was the point of fighting to maintain traditions that were being scattered to the winds anyway? How could I insist on the old ways when the old world was literally being demolished around us? You have my blessing, I said, surprising everyone, including myself. Not my enthusiasm, not my complete approval, but my blessing. Go to Warsaw, marry your revolutionary, try to change the world. Maybe you'll succeed, where the rest of us have failed. Hodel rose and embraced me, her tears wet against my cheek. "Thank you, Papa. Thank you for understanding." I didn't tell her that understanding and accepting were different things, that I was simply too exhausted to fight multiple battles on multiple fronts. Let her believe I had evolved, had grown, had come to see the wisdom in her choice. The truth that I was simply conserving my energy for the struggles ahead was less flattering, but more honest. The rest of that second day passed in a blur of activity. The synagogue held a final service, the rabbi leading us in prayers that seemed to take on new meaning in the context of our exodus. The ancient words about exile and return, about maintaining faith in the face of adversity, about the temporary nature of all earthly suffering, resonated with an immediacy that was both comforting and painful. We were living the stories we had been telling for centuries, experiencing firsthand the displacement that had characterized Jewish existence since the destruction of the temple. It was during this service that I saw Fiedka enter the synagogue, standing uncertainly at the back, clearly unsure of his welcome, but compelled by something: respect, curiosity, love for my daughter, to witness our communal grief. Several members of the congregation turned to stare, their expressions ranging from hostility to confusion, but he remained, his presence a silent statement of what? Solidarity? Defiance? Love? I wanted to order him out, to maintain at least this boundary between us and them, but I found I didn't have the energy. Let him stand there. Let him see what his love was costing my daughter, what she was giving up for him. Let him understand the weight of the tradition he was asking her to abandon. After the service, as we filed out into the gray afternoon, he approached me. I could have walked away, could have maintained the wall of silence I had promised to erect, but something in his expression, a mixture of sorrow and determination that reminded me painfully of Chava, made me stop. "I want you to know," he said quietly, "that I will take care of her, that I will honor her heritage, even if I don't share it, that our children will know where their mother came from, will understand the richness of what she's left behind. Your children will be neither Jewish nor Christian," I said. "They'll be something in between, belonging nowhere fully." "Or they'll be both," he countered, "belonging to a larger world than either of us can imagine." "Pretty words," I said, "but words don't change reality." "No," he agreed, "but sometimes reality changes, and words are all we have to describe the new world that emerges." I left him standing there, this young man who was taking my daughter into a future I couldn't envision and didn't want to imagine. But as I walked away, I found myself thinking about his words, about children who might be both rather than neither, about worlds larger than the one we were being forced to leave. It was a thought both terrifying and oddly comforting, though I couldn't have said why. The third day, our final day in Anatevka, dawned with a bitter cold that seemed appropriate to the occasion, as though even the weather was conspiring to make our departure as miserable as possible. The carts were loaded, the houses emptied of everything portable, the village transformed from a living community into a ghost town waiting to happen. We moved through the familiar streets like spirits ourselves, already half departed, existing in that liminal space between what was and what would be. I made my final rounds, not to deliver milk. There would be no more milk deliveries, but to say goodbye to the places that had defined my existence. The synagogue, where I had prayed every day of my adult life, the cemetery, where my parents lay buried, where I had assumed I too would rest someday, the well in the market square, gathering place for gossip and news, where the women would no longer gather because there would be no women, no gathering, no news worth sharing. At each stop, I found others doing the same thing, making their farewell pilgrimages, trying to imprint these places on their memories before memory was all that remained of them. We nodded to each other, these fellow mourners, but didn't speak. What was there to say that the situation didn't already articulate more eloquently than words could manage? It was at the cemetery that I found Golda, standing at her parents' graves, her lips moving in silent prayer or conversation. I stood beside her, adding my own silent words to whatever communication was occurring between the living and the dead. "We're leaving them," she said finally. "Leaving them here alone." "They're not alone," I said, though I wasn't sure I believed it. "They have each other. And the dead don't need company the way the living do." "How do you know what the dead need?" she asked, and there was an edge to her voice that suggested this was about more than just graves and burial grounds. "I don't," I admitted. "I don't know what anyone needs anymore. The living, the dead, my own children. Everyone's needs have become mysterious to me." We stood in silence for a moment longer. Then Golda said, "She's gone. Chava. She left this morning before dawn. I heard her go." "I know," I said, though I hadn't known, not for certain. But somehow the knowledge didn't surprise me. Of course she had left in darkness, slipping away like a thief stealing herself from us. Of course she had chosen the coward's exit, or was it the merciful one? By leaving without a final confrontation, she had spared us the agony of watching her go, the temptation to try one more time to stop her, the inevitable failure of that attempt. "Should we sit Shiva?" Golda asked. "When?" I replied. "While we're walking to nowhere? While we're trying to find food and shelter? The dead deserve 7 days of mourning. We don't have 7 hours to spare." "Then she gets away without even that," Golda said bitterly. "Without the proper mourning, the proper grief." "Oh, she'll get the grief," I assured her. "It will follow us wherever we go. We'll carry it along with everything else we couldn't bear to leave behind." The afternoon came too quickly, bringing with it the moment we had all been dreading, the actual departure. The carts were lined up on the main street, families clustered around their possessions, children clinging to parents, everyone looking to everyone else for some sign that this was really happening, that we were really leaving, that this wasn't just another rehearsal for catastrophe, but the actual catastrophe itself. The Russian officials who had come to oversee our departure stood at the edge of the village, their faces impassive, their presence a reminder that this was not voluntary, not chosen, not negotiable. We would leave because we had been ordered to leave, and if we didn't leave quickly enough, they would help us leave in ways we wouldn't like. As our pathetic caravan began to move, I looked back one last time at Anatevka, this collection of humble buildings that had been our world. The fiddler was there, standing on his roof one last time, playing a melody that seemed to capture everything: the sorrow of departure, the uncertainty of the future, the stubborn persistence of hope, despite all evidence to the contrary. He would follow us, I knew, this metaphorical musician who provided the soundtrack to our existence. He would find new roofs and new places, would continue his precarious performance wherever we ended up, because that's what fiddlers do, what Jews do, what humans do. We continue despite everything. We play our music despite the danger. We maintain our balance despite the constant threat of falling. "Move along," one of the officials shouted, and we moved, our feet finding the rhythm of exile, that ancient dance our people knew so well. We walked away from Anatevka, from our homes, from the graves of our ancestors, from the daughter who had chosen a different exile. We walked toward the unknown, toward whatever awaited us beyond the horizon, toward futures we couldn't imagine in places we'd never seen. But we walked together, those of us who remained, and in that togetherness was a form of comfort. Community could be portable. Identity didn't depend on geography. Tradition could survive transplantation if tended carefully enough. We were leaving Anatevka, but we were taking with us something that couldn't be confiscated or destroyed. Ourselves, our faith, our stubborn insistence on continuity despite disruption. The road stretched ahead, dusty and uncertain, leading to wherever roads lead when home is behind you and the future is unwritten. I walked beside Golda, my remaining daughters around us, Tzeitl and Motel just ahead, Hodel already gone to Warsaw with her revolutionary, Sprintzu and Bielku holding hands as they walked. My community scattered but present, my heart broken but beating. "Lord," I said silently as we walked, "I'm beginning to understand that you're not in the business of making things easy. Fine. We'll do this the hard way. We'll walk this road you've set before us, even if we can't see where it leads. We'll maintain our faith, even when faith seems foolish. We'll continue to be your chosen people, even when being chosen feels more like punishment than privilege. But if you could see your way clear to providing occasional signs that we're heading in the right direction, it would be appreciated. A burning bush would be nice, but I'd settle for a decent meal and a dry place to sleep." The sun was setting as we passed the boundary of Anatevka, that invisible line that had defined the limits of our world. Beyond it lay Russia, Europe, the world, the future. We crossed it without ceremony, without looking back, without acknowledging that we were stepping from the known into the unknown, from history into possibility, from one story into another. The fiddler played on, his melody now distant but still audible, a thread of music connecting what was to what would be. We were exiles now, refugees, wanderers in a world that didn't want us, but we were also survivors, carriers of tradition, dancers of the difficult dance, maintainers of the impossible balance. We would find new homes or build them. We would plant new roots or learn to live without them. We would adapt or perish, but either way, we would do it as ourselves, as Jews, as humans who refuse to stop being human, despite every invitation to become something less. The first night of exile found us camped by the side of the road, our possessions circled like wagons against the darkness, our fires small but sufficient to push back the immediate cold. In the distance, other groups of exiles had made similar camps, points of light in the darkness like stars that had fallen to earth, each one representing a family, a story, a continuation despite catastrophe. "Are you warm enough?" I asked Bielku, my youngest, as she huddled against her mother. "I'm cold," she admitted, "but it's an adventure, isn't it, Papa? Like the stories you tell about Moses and the Israelites wandering in the desert." "Something like that," I agreed, though I didn't mention that that particular wandering had lasted 40 years and had killed everyone from the original generation except 2. Some parallels were better left undrawn. "Will we find a promised land?" she asked, her 7-year-old faith still intact despite everything. "We'll find something," I said, which was the best I could offer. Maybe not promised, maybe not land, but something. She seemed satisfied with this non-answer, curling closer to Golda and falling asleep with the enviable ease of childhood. Around our fire, others were settling for the night, their faces illuminated briefly by the flickering light. Familiar faces made strange by circumstance. Neighbors who were now fellow travelers. Friends who were now all the family we had left. "Tomorrow we reach the crossroads," Mordecai the innkeeper said. "Some will go north to Poland, others south to Galicia, still others west to Germany. We'll scatter like seeds in the wind." "Seeds find soil," I said, though the optimism felt forced. "They take root. They grow." "Some do," he agreed. "Others fall on stone and wither. It's a gamble, this scattering. Not all of us will survive it." "But some will," I insisted, "and those who do will carry the rest in their memories, in their stories, in their traditions. We're not just individuals being displaced. We're a people, and peoples are harder to destroy than individuals." "Pretty words," he said, echoing what I had said to Fiedka. "But will they keep us warm tonight? Will they feed us tomorrow?" "No," I admitted, "but they might keep us going when warmth and food aren't enough. They might remind us why we're trying to survive, not just that we must." He grunted, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and turned to tend his own fire, his own family, his own fears. I did the same, checking on each of my remaining daughters, ensuring they were as comfortable as circumstances allowed, trying to project a confidence I didn't feel. Later, much later, when the camp had settled into sleep and only the watchfires remained lit, I stood at the edge of our circle, looking out into the darkness that held our future. Somewhere out there, Chava was beginning her new life with Fiedka, crossing boundaries I couldn't cross, building bridges I couldn't walk. Somewhere else, Hodel was arriving in Warsaw with Perchik, ready to remake the world according to their revolutionary vision. And here, with me, were those who remained, Tzeitl and Motel, facing poverty but facing it together, Sprinzu and Bielku, still young enough to adapt to whatever came next. Golda, my partner in this chaos, as in all previous chaos. "Lord," I said to the darkness, "we've left Anatevka as you apparently wished. We're wandering in our own wilderness, following a pillar of cloud by day and fire by night, though in our case the cloud is dust from the road, and the fire is our own desperate attempt to stay warm. We're maintaining our traditions, even as everything traditional is stripped away. We're keeping our faith even as faith becomes increasingly difficult to justify. What more do you want from us?" The answer, when it came, was not in words, but in music, the faint sound of a fiddle, played by someone in one of the other camps, the melody taken up by a voice here, a voice there, until it became a chorus of exiles, singing in the darkness, their voices creating harmony from discord, beauty from sorrow, continuity from disruption. This, I understood, was the answer. Not that suffering had meaning, but that we could create meaning from suffering. Not that exile was good, but that we could find good even in exile. Not that tradition would save us, but that we would save tradition by carrying it with us, by refusing to let it die, even when everything else was dying around us. I returned to our fire, to my sleeping family, to the small circle of light and warmth we'd created in the vast darkness. Tomorrow we would continue walking, would face new challenges, would make new decisions about how to survive in a world that seemed increasingly hostile to our existence. But tonight, we were together. We were alive. We were still ourselves, despite everything that had tried to make us otherwise. The fiddler played on in the distance, his melody now part of the night sounds, as natural and necessary as the wind in the trees or the crackling of the fire. We would sleep to his music and wake to it, would walk to it and rest to it, would live and die to it. This eternal song of persistence, despite precariousness, of balance, despite instability, of hope, despite evidence to the contrary. Anatevka was behind us, already becoming memory, already transforming from place to story, from reality to legend. But we were still here, still real, still dancing our difficult dance on whatever roof the world provided, maintaining our balance through faith and stubbornness and the mysterious grace that had sustained us through centuries of such dances. The first day of exile ended with the setting of the moon, the dying of the fires, the gradual silence that comes when even grief exhausts itself and sleeps. But morning would come, as it always did, and with it the necessity of continuing, of moving forward, of finding or creating new homes in a world that offered no promises except the promise of change. We were the children of Avram, who had also been told to leave his home and go to a place he did not know. We were the descendants of those who had survived Egypt and Babylon and Rome. We would survive this too, somehow, some of us, enough of us to continue the story, to pass on the tradition, to ensure that the fiddler would always have a roof, even if it wasn't the roof we had known, even if it was a roof we couldn't yet imagine. The exile had begun. The journey continued. The music played on. Thanks for spending some time with me tonight. I hope I helped you unwind and drift a little closer to sleep. If you're enjoying these readings, there's a whole library of full books and cozy chapters waiting for you over on my Patreon. If you are already a member, then I thank you. It includes exclusive content, bonus episodes, and early access to new releases. You can also become a YouTube member if you haven't already, to listen ad-free and explore hundreds of other relaxing readings anytime you like. I'd love to have you there. Sweet dreams, and I'll see you in the next one.